Just give me your 5 hours for this particular video and trust me, you will be gaining a new skill by the end of this video. Yes, we're talking about Microsoft Fabric. Many of you have actually requested me to create playlists, create videos on Microsoft Fabric, and here we are. It's a non-stop end-to-end solution for Microsoft Fabric. For those who are working closely with Power BI or working as a data engineer on Microsoft applications or Microsoft products, you might have to know about Fabric because this is a new unified application, new unified platform that is just introduced couple of years back. Not couple of years. It was in fact launched 4 to 5 years back. But right now, many APAC companies are focusing on Fabric as a solution. So this video is dedicatedly on Microsoft Fabric. If you want to learn everything from scratch, including what Lakehouse architectures are, what is a KQL database, how to get started with Fabric, how do we integrate Fabric with Power BI ecosystem, how do we get started with Fabric capacities, how do we enable Copilot on Fabric, how to enable Copilot on Power BI. Each and everything is going to be covered in this video. So 5 hours is all I need for you to learn a new skill. Well, my name is Satyajit Pattnaik. Welcome back to my channel. For those who don't know, we create videos on data and AI, including data analytics, data science, AI, generative AI, agentic AI, and there are multiple end-to-end videos already on my channel. If you want to get started with any topic like Python, EDA, stats, generative AI, machine learning, we have end-to-end videos on all of these topics. Just search on YouTube with the topic name and my name as a keyword, and trust me, you will definitely get the end-to-end videos on these topics. Well, without further ado, let's get started with this topic. And in case you are new to this channel, requesting you to like, share and subscribe the channel. In case you feel any topic is missed in this playlist or in this video, let me know in the comment section. Or apart from that, if you want me to come up with a beautiful project on Fabric, Power BI, generative AI, LangChain, LangGraph, I'm keeping an eye on the comment section. Let me know in the comment section, and trust me, this request will be fulfilled in the next Sunday's video. See you and enjoy this content. Bye bye. Hi, welcome to this module on Microsoft Fabric. Microsoft Fabric was released in May 2023 but came into action around 2024. And to be very honest, right now, a lot of organizations have started using Fabric because of its capabilities and power. Now let's try to understand what Microsoft Fabric is. In order to get started with Microsoft Fabric, you can simply search Microsoft Fabric on Google. You will be redirected to this page where you will initially get an idea about what Microsoft Fabric is, right? Power your AI transformation, unify your teams and data to accelerate AI innovation with a complete data platform. Now, this tool has been pushed by Microsoft a lot, and I'll be very honest with you right now. I'm working with 4 different clients. In the past also I have worked with couple of banking and insurance clients, and most of the companies who are going for digital transformation, who are going for pipeline building, data architecture building, they are all preferring to use Microsoft Fabric. Let's try to understand more about it. To get started with, you can watch this video. I'm not going to play this video. Quickly watch it out later on. And let me go to the official documentation of what is Microsoft Fabric. In simple terms, it's nothing but an end-to-end analytics platform, right? Which unifies data movement, data processing, ingestion, transformation, real-time event routing, and report building. It supports these capabilities with integrated services like data engineering, data factory, data science and AI, real-time intelligence, data warehouse, and databases. There are multiple capabilities of Fabric. We have role-specific workloads. Imagine in your organization there are different teams who are working on different type of data sets. So you can quickly get started with Fabric as a data source, and Fabric eventually we'll be having different connections with different original data sources, and from Fabric you can create a connection to your Power BI or directly to your AI pipeline, and you can get started with the implementation part. You can always have your role specific workloads, which basically means customized solutions for various roles within an organization, providing each user with the necessary tools. The second capability is OneLake. OneLake is nothing but a concept of you can imagine the concept of lake house with Medallion architecture, where you have different components like bronze layer, silver layer, and gold layer, where you can store different types of data, structured data, unstructured data, semi-structured data. So it's like a unified platform or a unified data lake which simplifies your data management and access. Copilot, which is also Microsoft's one of the products in association with OpenAI, where Copilot support is also available in Fabric. Integration with Microsoft 365, that's very basic thing. We also have access to Azure AI Foundry, and it's a unified data management system. And the major part is unification with the software as a service foundation. Now we are not going to worry about a lot of things here, because Fabric itself is, as I told you, it is for data engineering, for data factory, data science, and many other things. We are only going to focus majorly on the Power BI part. How can we get started with using Microsoft Fabric in Power BI? Now, let's try to move on to our Miro board, where I will be showing you the traditional flow. What happens in traditional flow is, you can see on the screen, right? We have different data sources, and different data sources you can use and start working on your Power BI, right? Your different data sources could be a SQL table, it could be Excel sheets, it could be JSON objects, it could be a MySQL database, could be a SQL database, Azure Data Lakehouse, whatever it is, right? Multiple data sources you can connect and start working on Power BI. Now that was the traditional technique, traditional way. There are multiple demerits or drawbacks in this approach, where what if your data source is already live in your company, where your databases are live and multiple changes are happening in your data sets? There could be a lot of issues that you might encounter, and that is one of the reasons why Fabric has come as a broker, as a broker layer in between your data sources and Power BI. So this is how your latest architecture looks like with Microsoft Fabric. Now, why do we have a Fabric centric architecture? Let's try to understand that. So why do we have a Fabric centric architecture? The reasons are very simple, right? The very first point is going to be data governance. Sorry, let me just do this. Data governance is a major thing which has become more simpler by using Fabric, which basically means, what do you mean by data governance? Data governance means who is the owner of the data, right? And there are multiple other things in data governance. It has become more simple, which basically means with respect to accesses, documentations, and self-service, etc., right? Apart from that, we also have a better data quality, as you will be building some robust solutions, right? Now imagine your data sources changes every day or every minute or every hour, right? Now how can we cope up these things directly in Power BI? Initially, without Fabric, things were pretty difficult. With Fabric, it's going to be very easy, and how I will be showing you throughout this module. Apart from that, yes, as I told you, Fabric is nothing but, it's for data engineering and also for data science and AI. So data science, AI, and machine learning tasks are going to be easier when it comes to using Fabric, because Fabric is going to work as a data platform. It's like a unified data platform. Okay. Now talking about the next thing, which is how. How are we going to use Fabric, or how are we going to do these kind of things? How are we going to enhance more on the data governance, data quality, and blah blah blah, right? The very first point I would like to talk about is going to be workspace and access control. Traditionally, when you are using Power BI service, you have to go to app.powerbi.com, right? App.powerbi.com. Let me try to log into this account. For this exercise, I'm going to use one of my organization account. I will also tell you some tips on how you can start using an organization account. So traditionally what we were doing is we were basically creating a workspace here, and we were getting started with Power BI dashboard on Power BI desktop and publishing them. And once the dashboards and the reports are published, you eventually will be able to see everything here, right? Now, for an example, this is a very old dashboard that we have created, and you can see the dashboard is ready here in app.powerbi.com. Now, instead of this, you have to go to app.fabric.com. Sorry, app.fabric.microsoft.com. Sorry, my bad. Right? If you go here, you will be able to access Fabric. You can see it has taken the same login details, and you can see workspaces are also created. You can do a lot of things here. You can create a workspace, you can manage a workspace, you can have multiple connections with your databases, you can create lake houses, you can build your warehouse. Multiple things can be done, right? So how? Workspace and access control, which basically means on the workspace level, or on the item level, or on the object level, and etc etc, or on the row level. Whatever access you want, it's possible. Data access, which basically means you can do everything in Fabric, including ingestion, mirroring, etc. Then comes ingestion as a different topic, because data ingestion is very important. Now ingestion can happen in multiple things. One could be in your data pipelines, it could be in your data flows, or by Fabric notebooks. Next comes data architecture and choice of data stores. What does that mean? You will be able to access lakehouses, data warehouses, and also KQL database. I will talk about KQL database very soon. It's if you have worked on SQL databases, KQL database is going to be very simple. With the help of ChatGPT, you can also simply write queries. It's not that complicated. And of course, ensuring data quality. That means when you're building a robust data analytics system, data quality will also be ensured. And of course, the most important point is connecting to Power BI. And this is exactly the reason why we are here in this module. How Fabric is going to help Power BI users. See, in Fabric, there are many topics starting from data engineering to science to Power BI. We will not be focusing on those things. However, I will try to give you ideas on what a lakehouse is, what a data warehouse is shortly, but we will restrict the discussions specific to Power BI. Okay, so connecting to Power BI, and that includes direct link. I will talk about direct link very shortly, right? Now, apart from that, I think we are good on the basics of Microsoft Power Fabric. It's based on an unification with SaaS Foundation. There are multiple things. Slowly, we'll be talking about that. You can read through this document. It is really good. Microsoft documentations are more than enough for you to get started with all of these things, right? Fabric integrates workloads like data engineering, factory, science, blah, blah, blah. And you can see these are the advantages of Fabric. I think in bits and pieces, we also talked about them. There are various components of Microsoft Fabric. Power BI, databases, data factory, industry solutions, real-time intelligence, data engineering, many things. We will be focusing on Power BI. Power BI lets you easily connect to your data sources, visualize and discover what's important, and share that with anyone or everyone you want. Okay, so that's all about very basic concepts about Microsoft Fabric. Going forward, we will be talking about each topic in a separate video that will make your understanding better. And at the end of the module, I can assure you that you will be able to understand how to use Fabric, especially if you are working on Power BI. Hi, before we jump into the next part about Fabric, how to get started with Fabric, how to ingest data into Fabric, how to build lake houses, how to connect Fabric to Power BI, etc., etc. The most important topic is going to be access. Many of my students have raised this concern while I was doing videos on Power BI. Most of them practiced everything on Power BI desktop. Majorly on the Power BI service, they faced a lot of issues. Now, the same issue will still be there in Fabric. How do we sort that problem? Well, I'm not going to talk about any unethical hacks, which is against Microsoft policies. I'm going to talk about a very ethical solution and a very, I would say, cost effective solution on how to fix this problem. Now, before that, let's try to go ahead and create a Fabric account from our Gmail ID. Let's say I'm going for app.fabric.microsoft.com, and let's say I'm going to apply with my email ID. Let's say this is my wife's email ID, doesn't matter. I'm just showing you that it will not work, and then we will try to solve this problem. Pick one square that shows two identical objects. Wow, I'm very bad at this, but yeah, this is one. And verification complete. And yeah, I knew this. So looks like a personal email address. Email, enter your work address, right? So even if you use Gmail, Yahoo, Outlook, anything will not work. You need a work address to access to Microsoft Fabric. Now, people who are already working in companies, they might already have their organization account. They can quickly go to Fabric and create an account. But what about students? Now, there is a hack for students. Let me try to show you the hack. Just go to Google and go to GoDaddy. Okay. Once you go to GoDaddy, let's say my name is Satyajit Pattnaik. Everybody knows that. Search with your name, and it will do a domain search against your name on dot multiple addresses, right? .co, dot blah blah blah, and you can see that .com is also available, right? And the cost is 0.01 Hong Kong dollars, which is less than 1 rupee. Now, what you can do is you can do the same for your name. Take the cheapest possible option, and you will be the owner of this domain. Once you are owner of this domain, you just have to simply go to Zoho Mail, click here, and here it will be able to ask you to create sign up. Just provide your name and email address. Your email address should be well, this is something I forgot. Let's say I want to create organization in Zoho Mail. Now, organization email settings, log into Zoho Mail. It has given a proper guideline. Zoho Mail admin console. And this is where you need to sign up. So just sign up. Wow. Back then it was not chargeable. I think now they have made it chargeable. I mean, okay, anyways, this is just an option. I mean, I cannot help with that. You have to pay something. uh, the idea here is, just after you own this domain, you can actually create a mail address based on this domain, which basically means if your website is satyajit.patnaik.com, you just have to create a mail server. Either you can create it in Google, I think Google also allows, or you can create it in Zoho and just add any name, let's say admin@satyajitpatnaik.com. Now you can use this email address, because this is not a Gmail or a Yahoo mail address. This is an organization email. You can use this email address to create an account in Microsoft Fabric. Now, I'm not going to do a detailed step on this, but I have given you ideas on how to do this. Just follow these steps. Try to Google out how to do the setup for the mail part. This part is very simple. Just go to GoDaddy and create. This part is little bit difficult, but trust me, it's not that difficult. And once your account is ready, just create your Fabric account. By default, you will be given like a 60 days trial period. So mine was created few days back, so I still have 19 days, but this is how it is, right? Now once your account is created, then we will move on to the next topics in the next video. Hi, let's get into the next part. Let's get started with Microsoft Fabric, right? Our Fabric is already up and running. I have already logged into my organization account. I am sure that all of you might already be logged into your own organization accounts. For those who do not have organization account, I think just be satisfied with what is being taught, and there is no room of practicing, which is fine. But yeah, just focus on this video. The very first thing that I want to do is to get started with creating a workspace. Either you can create it here, or you directly go to workspaces and create a workspace here, right? Let's try and create a new workspace. Let's say we'll call it as Fabric tutorial, right? And description, let's give Fabric tutorial. There is no assignee. Workspace image is non-mandatory. If you want to upload anything, you can always upload whatever you feel like. And then advanced, as we are just doing some trials, I'm going to use the trial account and click on apply. Once clicking on apply, our workspace is ready. Now, for those who might be thinking, is this workspace same as Power BI service? The answer is yes. If you go to app.powerbi.com, you will also be able to see the exact workspace available here. Fabric tutorial, right? So nothing is changing. Workspace is like a global thing which is inside Microsoft. It has nothing to do with Fabric or Power BI, right? I'm just going to teach you how to get started with Fabric. So I have created workspace in Fabric, right? Once your workspace is created, I think everybody knows about these things. I'm just going to talk about little bit about the managing access part. In case you want to provide accesses, let's say I'm going to give access to let's say contact@zip analytics, which is another account of my company. We are not able to find. Let's say I'm going to add, let's say contact@zipanalytics.com. Yeah, we are able to find. And if you want to add, you can provide whatever roles that you want to give, you can add it, right? I'm not going to repeat all of these things. These are very, very basic things which are already a part of Power BI. Admin is like somebody who has access to everything. You can create workspaces, delete workspaces, add people, remove people. Members are basically coming under admin. So members can add contributors, add viewers, remove them, but they cannot add or remove an admin, right? Contributors and viewers, they do not have the access to add anybody, but contributor has like a edit access to this workspace, and viewer is like the viewer, they can only see what's happening, right? Once you give the necessary permissions here, add, this user will be able to be added to this workspace. If this user logs in, they will also be able to see the exact same workspace Fabric tutorial under their account, right? I'm going to remove them for now because uh, let's remove them and we are good. Apart from that, there are various other workspace settings. You can go ahead and check it out. There is nothing too important to talk about these things, so let's stick to the plan. Let's not stretch out the videos a lot, right? So our account is ready, workspace is ready. Next thing is going to be getting started with the workspace, right? If you click on plus new item, now before that I want to show you Power BI desktop. In Power BI desktop, let's say you want to connect Fabric, right? If you go back to Miro, this was previously done, right? Nowadays we will be using Fabric, right? That means Fabric account needs to be added in Power BI, right? So let's try to find where is that. Let's go to get data, click on more, and you can see Fabric is already here. Inside Fabric, there are multiple ways of connecting the tables or the data, from semantic models, data flows, data marts, warehouses, lakehouses, KQL databases, metric sets, SQL databases, and I'm going to talk about not all of them, but the major ones, right? So, but let's say I want to connect to a lake house. Let's say I click on lake house and click on connect. Well, I will be able to see something, but there is no lake house created on my Fabric yet, right? So if you, even if you go and connect, you will not be able to see anything. So lake house is visible, and that is because of account. Yeah, you can see here I have logged into my official account, the current company that I'm working in Hong Kong, and here I am logged into my 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐸 Analytics account. So let me log into my 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐸 Analytics account. 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐸 Analytics password is, I don't remember. Wow. Okay, I remember. I thought I forgot. So yeah, if you, now I'm logged into my 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐸 Analytics account. Now if I go to my Fabric and click on Lakehouses Connect, there is nothing, right? And that's because there is no lake house created here. We have not created anything, right? So in order to get access, you need to create it on Fabric. So for now, Power BI is not going to be used. Let's focus on how to create lake houses and various other things on Fabric, and eventually once that is done, we will be showing you how to connect that on Power BI. So we are back to Fabric. So we will be talking about this part. If you go to plus new item, you will be able to see all of these options. So whatever you are seeing here, right? Let's say Lakehouse, data flows, blah blah blah. You will be able to find everything here. Lakehouse is available, and KQL is available. KQL query set. Data flows are available. Gen 1, Gen 2. Warehouses are available. All of these things are already available, right? They are just waiting for us to create and get started, right? So we will be creating some of them in this module. So let's get started with that in the next video. Hi, welcome back. Let's get started with one of these data sources. Let's start with well, my personal favorite is Lakehouse, so let's start with a Lakehouse. Now, to create a Lakehouse, it's very simple. You just have to click on new item, go to Lakehouse and click on this, and let's just give a name. Let's say I'm going to give the Lakehouse, and Lakehouse schema public preview is not required. Let's try to create it. Once the Lakehouse is created, I will be able to see that here. You can see the obviously there are no tables or no files. Lakehouse is created, but we don't have any data right now, right? Now before we upload data or before we add data, let's try to talk little bit about Lakehouse, right? Many of you might be expecting me to talk about Lakehouse, and here we are. Let's talk about Lakehouse. Okay, what is a Lakehouse? Lakehouse comes from two different keywords, which is data lake and a data warehouse. Okay, now let's try to understand little bit about data warehouse and data lake, and then we will jump into Lakehouse, right? Lakehouse is not a pretty new concept. It's already there in the market since quite a long time. Let's try to understand it in a very simple way, right? I was watching couple of YouTube videos on how to explain you in a layman's term, and I got through a IBM video on YouTube. They have explained really well, and I'm just going to explain the same thing to you, right? So let's try to talk about an example, right? Forget about Lakehouse, data lake, and data warehouses, right? Just focus on one particular example that I'm going to talk about. Let's say I'm going to start a restaurant, right? Now, in order to start a restaurant, what do you need? You need multiple things, right? You need infra, right? Infra as in what all things you need to build that restaurant, right? Imagine that your restaurant is already ready. You have rented it out, right? Now you want to run your restaurant. Definitely you need chef, you need waiters and blah blah blah. But to run your kitchen, what you need is different ingredients, right? So let's try to talk about those things. So for example, to run a kitchen, you would need ingredients, right? And of course, you would be needing raw ingredients, right? Now, the raw ingredients could be in a different format, right? They could be spices, they could be vegetables, fruits, etc. There could be meat, right? You could also need meat. It could be in frozen and fresh format. Some of them will be frozen, some of them will be fresh. You also need various other things like cutleries and utensils and various other things, right? Now let's cut short to the raw ingredients and the food part, right? Imagine you need all of these food materials on a daily basis or like a weekly basis. Let's say a truck is going to deliver all of these things to you, right? Let's say there is a truck, and the truck is going to deliver all of these raw ingredients to you, right? On a daily basis. Let's talk about daily basis. Now once the delivery is here, right, let's say you will be needing a huge loading rack, and loading rack will take all of these ingredients here, and you would definitely need to label these ingredients, right? So labeling these ingredients is very much important, and sorting them is also very much important, right? Sorting them means sorting the labels, right? Which one of them is a frozen meat, which one of them is a raw ingredient, which one of them is a spices, which one of them is vegetables, pickles, fruits, various things are there, right? Now once you label and sort them, what you do is you have multiple fridge and multiple containers, right? You eventually put your vegetables, your fruits, and meat and everything to your refrigerator. I'm writing down as refrigerator, and here you have containers, and there are multiple containers, right? So eventually what you have here is data sources. Data is coming in different format. Now the very first thing is you are loading everything to a space which is like a loading rack, and from that space you are moving to the next part, where you are structuring them and storing them in an individual container, right? You could also think about how do we place these ingredients. Some of the ingredients will have expiry date will be nearer, some of them expiry date will be further. So based on that, a lot of things will be done here, and eventually you will be storing your data in a structured format, stored per category, right? Every ingredient, every raw material will have a requirement of different temperatures, right? So they need to be stored faster, right? So this example is pretty much the same that we do in data industries, right? To minimize, what is our end goal here when we are talking about the restaurant, right? The end goal is to minimize food waste and to minimize spoilage, right? Spoilage basically means while the ingredients are transferred from the truck to the carriage, or to from the carriage to the different containers, you should avoid the spoilage, right? That means spoilage here is basically nothing but your data leakage. And minimize food waste, that means your food should not be wasted. That means your data should be available to whoever the users are. Data availability, right? Now if you give a chef, that chef, if you want to prepare chicken curry or let's say veg curry, will you give the access to to this particular location, or you give the access to this one? I would prefer this one, right? Top priority. Because if the chef directly goes to this one, the chef will go crazy. They will not be able to understand where the items are. They will not be able to identify what to pick, what not to pick. A lot of time will be gone. So it's not recommended, right? So recommendation is to use this, right? Now without these, right, can a chef cook? No, right? A lot of time will be gone in finding the right ingredients. Now why I was talking about this example with respect to restaurants, the example is completely resonating with the data architectures. Whenever we are working in an organization, you might have data coming from different data sources, right? Your some of your data might be coming from some ERP systems, some of your data might be coming from flat files, some of them are coming in form of JSON, some of them are coming from various other platforms, right? Multiple data is coming in. So traditionally what we used to do is we used to dump everything to a storage location which we used to call data lakes, right? And so data lakes is nothing but a storage of raw data. It is a combination of structured data, semi structured data, and unstructured data. So data lakes are a combination of structured data, semi structured data, and unstructured data. And then what we used to do is we used to create something called as an enterprise data warehouse. I will write it down as enterprise data warehouse. See, you don't have to worry about all of these things because this is predominantly the work of a data engineer, right? Your task is just give me the access to the data source and I'm good, bro, right? So this is nothing but clean data. clean data. And from this clean data, you are giving access to your BI team for your dashboarding, right? You are giving access to your AI team for your whatever task they want to do. Of course, AI team or ML team, they sometimes they also get data directly from the raw, but yeah, both the ways is possible. And you also give access to analytical team for other analytical work, right? BI team is just focused on the dashboarding part, right? Now, let's try to talk about data lakes. If I talk about data lakes, there are some advantages, there are some disadvantages. Data lakes, you can directly feed everything to data lake, right? So it's effective. For sure, data lake is an effective solution, but it is very, very costly. Cost is high. I will try to write it down again. Cost is high. There are some other challenges with data lakes, such as, let me try to write down everything here. Some of the challenges with data lakes are the data governance is also a concern. There is no such ownership here because data is coming directly to the data lakes, getting dumped. Nobody is going to be the owner of individual data, right? Let's say this is your sales data, let's say this is your finance data, everything is dumped here, right? So ownership will not be there, data governance will not be there, data quality will also not be there, right? This can basically be a data swamp. What do you mean by a swamp? You can Google it out. In Hindi we call kachara, right? So swamp basically means like a pile of things. What is a swamp? Swamp is basically like everything is accumulated at one place, right? What is a swamp? Let's say swamp meaning is an area of low-lying uncultivated ground where water collects, a bog or marsh. Wow, very technical, but in simple terms, it's like everything is in one place, right? It's like, I would not say kachra, like not a dustbin, but you can imagine, right? Everything is accumulated at one place. It's like a data swamp, right? Now, of course, I will see it as a negative because why data swamp is a negative thing? Because of multiple aspects, right? There will be duplicates, could be, right? There could be duplicates, there could be inaccurate data because nobody is governing it, right? You have just written down scripts to push everything from these sources to data lakes, so data might not be accurate as well. There are also challenges with query performance. Query performance is also low, and then there are problems to get insights from data lake directly as well. Now talking about data warehouse, right? um, Data warehouse, I would say that with respect to query performance, which is this part, query performance is better than for sure data lakes, right? But another problem is, sorry, my bad. I would like to apologize that data lakes are not costly. Data lakes are cost effective. They are low on cost, right? Data warehouse is high on cost. So cost is going to be very, very high. Query performance is better, but cost is very, very high. You can imagine this as your big fridges, right? The refrigerators that you have, and they are very super expensive, right? If you have multiple refrigerators, then you can imagine how costly it is going to be. Another thing is data governance is good. So the DG is good. The data quality is good. So this part, yes, good, good. And of course, the last point is going to be unified support, and it supports unstructured, semi structured data as well. So if you combine the good part of both data lakes and data warehouses, data lakes is cost effective, and data warehouse is good with data governance, data quality. If you take both of their good qualities and you want to have a kid who is having a good quality of a data lake and data warehouse, that is basically called as lakehouse. Now, data lakehouse, or you can simply call it as a lakehouse, is flexible, cost effective, performance is good, and it's a structured uh, way of storing data. Now, with the recent advances in AI, where we have to process unstructured data like text data, images data, video data, audio data, in that case, data warehouse is not optimized for such kind of data. Like these days, every company is also analyzing their social media data, textual data, audio data, images data. So data warehouse is definitely not a good solution, and that is where data lakehouse comes into picture. Now, talking about how to get started with lakehouse. Before going into the practical part on how to create how to create a lake house, I was talking about this thing, right? When it comes to, I mean, I'm just specifically talking about 2025, right? Nowadays we have data coming from, apart from our traditional JSON, flat files, whatever data we had. Nowadays we have multiple data like textual data, right? We have audio data, we have video data, we have images, and many more, right? So if we have all of these kind of things, usually if you ask a data engineer, boss, give me a solution, I have all of these data in my organization, how do we create our data pipeline? Normally a data engineer, what they will do is they will suggest you to create a data lake. Let's have a data lake for some of these systems, and we can have multiple data warehouses, and we can also have some other systems basically includes your streaming data and time series data and image databases, right? If you want to store your images, it cannot be stored in data lake or data warehouses, right? Now in this setup, if you have multiple things, right, it's going to be more and more complex, and of course costly, right? Complex and costly, and this is where the solution is going to be lakehouse. I personally like lakehouse a lot. I have used lakehouse solutions for many of the companies. I have done setups for many banking and insurance companies as well. So yeah, I mean, Lakehouse is blindly one of the best solutions that we have right now in the engineering space. Well, a lot of things taught in this video might not be very much applicable to Power BI users, but I am pretty much sure that at least if you are on zero level right now, you must have some confidence in understanding what data lake, data warehouse, and a lake house is, right? Let's jump into the creation of lake house in the next video. Hi, before jumping into the practicals of fabric lake house, on how to create Lakehouse, how to get started with using Lakehouse's connections in Power BI, let's try to talk about the typical Lakehouse architecture. So a typical Lakehouse architecture looks like this. Let's say here you have multiple types of data sources, and when I talk about data sources, it could be anything, right? It could be uh, different type of files, Excel sheets, JSON objects, or could be your MySQL database, Oracle database, ERP systems. It could be anything, right? So this is basically your data source layer. From your data source, what you're doing is you are creating an ingestion layer, and you have something like this, right? Let's say we call it as pipelines and data flows. So let's say this is your pipeline and data flows, right? And this is your ingestion layer. What is ingestion? Ingestion is the way you are ingesting the data into something. From the ingestion layer, you're typically going ahead and trying to create a lake house here. Okay, now this is your lake house. Okay, I will write it down as transformation and store. Transformation and store. So all types of transformation, whatever it is, let's say data cleaning, removal of deduplication, whatever type of transformation you want to do, and then you can eventually store your data into your lakehouse. Further, the transformations can also be done directly from your different type of notebooks. Let's say here you have different type of notebooks, and let's say you have some data flows. Okay, these are data flows and notebooks. Now these and these are different, okay, I mean, right? And then you are eventually storing everything in your lake house. Now from here, what's happening is you have two different connections. One could be a direct lake connection, and direct lake connection is going to be on your Power BI. So this is your Power BI, right? For your visualization purpose, I will write it down as consume, because here you are going to consume the data, right? And then here, let's say you create SQL endpoints or SQL endpoints, and SQL endpoints you can create for your reporting and visualization tools. Now you must be thinking that I already talked about Power BI. What are these visualization tools? Imagine you are not using Power BI, right? If you are using Power BI, of course we will be going ahead with the direct lake connection, because that is most recommended. If you are not using Power BI, let's say you're using Tableau or any other things, you can simply create SQL endpoints, and how to create that I will let you know. So to repeat, data sources, ingestion, transformation and store, and then comes the consume. And this is typically a lake house architecture. Now, before we practically show you how to create lake houses, you must be thinking that in an organization, do we create one lake house or do we create multiple lake houses? So I'm going to take an example. Let's say we are working for a bank, right? And just for naming convention, I'm just giving example. Let's say I'm working for Morgan Stanley, right? Now in Morgan Stanley, let's say there are 6 or 7 different teams. Let's say we will take 6 teams. Let's say we have 6 teams, and that includes, one of them could be your BI team, one of them could be your data science team, one of them could be your visualization team, any other team, right? There are 6 different teams that eventually need access to the data. Now one typical solution is, of course, you create one lake house and give access to the entire lake house to all the teams. Another solution is you create 6 lake houses and give access to different lake house to a different team, right? Now it depends from company to company, it depends from use case to use case. As a Power BI developer, as we are focusing more on the Power BI side, we should not worry about these things because this is something done by a data engineer, right? As a Power BI developer, I'm not responsible to uh, manage these lake houses or manage these workspaces. So it's the task of a data engineer to do these kind of activities. So eventually in the next video or in the coming videos, we are going to show you how to create lake houses, how to work with KQL databases, how to work with data flows, etc., etc. But that is just for the purpose of letting you know about how to get started with Fabric with Power BI. In reality, as I told you, data engineers are the ones who are responsible for creating this. If you are coming from the BI team or the data analytics team, you just go to the data engineer, tell them this is what we need, and then they will be analyzing and creating a workspace for you, and they will be giving access to whatever data they have, or they create a new lake house where you can directly work with lake houses, right? So next video we shall be talking about how to create a lake house and how to get started with it. Hi, welcome back. Let's try to get into Fabric. In the meanwhile, I'm also going to open my Power BI desktop so that eventually we will be using the connection to Power BI and show you how to connect Power BI from using Lakehouse connection, right? So to create a Lakehouse, click on plus new item. You will see a lot of things here. Again, repeating once again, we are not responsible for creating these things. This is just for demonstration purpose. In reality, it's the responsibility of the data engineer. So the workspace is also created by them, and all of these connections are also created by them. In certain companies where they don't have data engineers, yes, you will be responsible for creating it, but the scenario of this is very minimal. Usually in companies they have data engineers, right? So let's try to create a lakehouse connection. Lakehouse, I'm going to give a name to this. Oh, I already created a lakehouse in the last class, right? In one of the previous classes. So you can see the lakehouse is already created. If you want to delete and create once again, it's okay. But okay, let's try to create this. Let's try to delete this and create it once again. So just delete it, right? Let's start fresh. Everything is deleted, and let me refresh. Everything is gone, right? Nothing is here. Let's try to create a lakehouse from scratch. Lakehouse, just give a name to it. Imagine you're working for the BI team. Just give a name, let's say the lakehouse. This is not mandatory, just create. Lakehouse name is already in use. Okay, something is wrong. I don't see that, so I will try to create it again. The lakehouse, let's try to refresh the page. Sometimes it happens because it might get stored in your cache memory or something like that. Let's give this name LH1. Okay, so my LH1 is nothing but my lakehouse 1. My lakehouse is ready. You can see multiple things here, tables and files, but nothing is available right now. Either what you can do is you can either create a data flow connection using which you can onboard the data to Lakehouse, or you can create a new data pipeline. To get started with, let's start with uploading files. Okay, so I have two demo files with me, which is one of them is churn modeling and one of them is sales data. Let's try to use one of them. Let's go for sales data, right? So here I'm going to add the sales data. Overwrite if files already exist, no need because there is no file. I'm going to upload it. So sales.csv is uploaded. I will remove it, and you will see that it should be visible in the files, but I have to refresh. Oh, yeah, I can see sales.csv. Right now, what you can see is the data is in file. If you want to open this data in a preview mode, you can open it. you will not be able to edit it. Okay, if you want to edit something, you can see cannot edit. So this is not editable, right? Close it. Now what you need to do is you need to onboard this data into a table, right? So how do we do that? Load to tables. Let's say we will be creating a new table, and I'm going to give this table name, let's say sales order, or let's say just orders. Okay, and here it's asking for use header for column names, separator is comma, load it. A problem occurred. What is the problem? Invalid column names. Total unit cost. Column names must contain UTF-8 encoded Unicode word characters and can be of maximum 128 characters. Okay, let's try to see what's wrong with this file. Total unit cost. Okay, total unit cost. Where is that total unit cost? Yeah, this one is total unit cost. Should not be a problem here. Let's try to load it. Loading is done. I have removed the header, but let's see how it goes. If there is some problem, we'll try to fix it up. So the data is getting loaded to LH1 Lakehouse in the orders table. So the table is ready. Oh, it shouldn't really take a lot of time. Why it's taking a lot of time? Should be okay. Everything is good actually. Why it's taking a lot of time? Yeah, we have this right now. The only problem is properties. The only problem is with the headers, right? Let me try to delete this and try to recreate with headers. Again, we will be loading it to a new table. Let's say orders table, use headers for column names. Okay, let's say I'm going to give a column name as SL number. Okay, let's try to create some upload file, sales. My data is uploaded. Now I have serial number. Let's say I'm going to load it to a table, orders. Something is wrong. Column invalid. So this could be an encoding problem. I understand that. While pushing the CSV file to a table in Fabric Lakehouse, I get this error. This is an encoding issue, I believe, but yeah, this is what it is telling. Replace the spaces in the column names with underscores. That could be a problem. That is what I identified. It could be one of the problems, but let's try to solve it. And this should be a part of my data cleaning before the data goes into Lakehouse, but it's fine. Let's say I'm going to give a serial number, order date, customer channel, product. Okay, let's say total unit cost. State, county, state name, region, lat long, budget, profit, everything else is fine. Okay, let's try to save it. Yes. And then I will go and upload this file again. Okay, now I have this file. I'm going to load it to a new table. I'm giving it as orders, load, and it's working. Yeah, that was the problem. Anyways, we have ChatGPT to help us. So once this data is loaded to our table, you can see the data is loaded. It's still loading the preview. In the meanwhile, while it is loading, as we already have the data, let's try to go ahead to Power BI and get started with the Lakehouse connection. I'm going to go with the blank report. Here I'm going to go for Fabric, Lakehouse, Connect. I'm able to connect. I'm able to connect just because of this ID, right? I already have logged in from the same ID here and here, so that's why we are able to connect. uh, but where do we have, why it's not coming? Let me try to close and open Power BI once again. Okay, data, Microsoft Fabric, Lakehouse, connect, connect. Something is wrong. Yeah, we already have this. Let's try to connect from a SQL endpoint maybe. So let's try to close this again and open. I already have the latest version of Power BI, so should not be a big problem. If this does not work, we'll try to go for the OneLake catalog maybe. Here, let's say we are connecting, and then let's say I'm connecting through a SQL endpoint. Yeah, now it is asking for logging, and then I should be able to create a connection. Here we have the new table orders, and then yeah, maybe because of authentication it was not allowing the direct connect, which is fine. Use the SQL endpoint, but we don't have to pass anything, right? Automatically it has identified the login, and we are able to see the preview data, and you can directly load it. So that's the first thing that we can do. Import and direct query, I think everybody knows the differences between them. Import is nothing but it's not live, direct query is live, right? So it's up to you, whichever connection you want to choose, you can choose and get started with it. So it will take a couple of seconds and my data will be available on the right hand side of the panel. Okay, so data is available. If you just want to get started with some visuals, I mean, let's say I want to show you the budget. Yes, the sum of budget is 45.63 billion. If you want to do some call out values, I don't want displays, you can change it to none, and you will be able to see the original values, thousands or millions, right? So something like that. If you want to see the number of records, how many records do we have, take the customer name, or maybe where is the order number, and take the count of it, and call out value, change it to none. You can see there are 64104 records. And I'm not going to teach you how Power BI works. I'm not going to teach you how to get started with working on bar charts and all those things, because in this module we are focusing more on the connections part, on the fabric part, right? So but just for the sake of people, we can just quickly do a simple bar chart. Let's say I want to have channel, and let's say I want to show the profit per channel. This is what we can do, and then if you want to change it to this bar, we can do that. and if you want to change or give some values or something like that, you can add the data labels. And if you want to change the type of the data, it shouldn't show in billion or something like that, you can change the value here to none. Or maybe if you want to make it like sorry, my bad. uh, my bad, and data labels, go to values. Instead of none, if you want to show it in thousands, you can show it in thousands, right? So that is how you get started working with a lake house. Now, if in this lake house you want to add more files, more data flows, whatever you want to add, you will still be able to see whenever you create or get data here using Microsoft Fabric Lakehouse connection. You will be able to see your lakehouse, and you will be able to get that data, whatever data you want to get, right? Your lakehouse might have thousands of tables or thousands of files. Whatever data you want on Power BI, you can easily get it on Power BI. That's it. Now, in case your data engineer wants to restrict access to this table, they just want to give you like, instead of full access, maybe they just want to give you like 10 records or 20 records. Those kind of configurations are also possible, but again, that is something up to the data engineer. You shouldn't worry about those things, right? That's all about Lakehouse connection. In the next video, we shall be talking about how to work with KQL database, which is very important. Hi, let's jump into the next type of connection in Lakehouse. Let's try to talk about SQL Server. How do we create a SQL database within Lakehouse? So for now, we have studied, if I talk about Lakehouse, we have studied one thing, which is how do we start working on file, how to convert them into tables, and then how do we transfer it into Power BI, right? Now the second thing is going to be a SQL database. How do we create a SQL database, and how do we start loading the data into SQL database, and how do we connect this SQL database which is present inside the Lakehouse to Power BI. So to get started with, click on plus new item and go to SQL. You can see SQL database is already available here. I'm just repeating once again that this is again not our task, it's a data engineer's task. I'm just showing you the demonstration so that you understand, right? Let's try to give a name to this SQL database. Let's say I'm going to give the name as sales SQL database, right? It will take some time because resources are being used, SQL database is created on the cloud, so let's give some time. Now once this SQL database is created, we can actually do multiple things. We can do this, and then the third what we can do is we can use this SQL database connection, create a data flow, and we can give access to this data flow to Power BI. So that is also possible. We will show in the next video, or maybe in the next to next video. And after these three things are done, we'll potentially move into the next step, which is, I don't know as of now. We'll try to explore it on the go, right? There are so many options we will explore. Now sales database is ready. You can see the DB owner account is ready. Tables, there are no tables right now. Let's try to create a new query. Right now, do not worry about how to write queries, because if you know SQL, you can write down simple SQL queries, because this is eventually a SQL database, right? When it comes to SQL, right, you can practice SQL on Oracle databases, you can practice SQL on MySQL databases, you can practice SQL on MS SQL databases, right? And this is pretty much a Microsoft SQL database, right? And the way you write queries all of them are almost similar. Almost 95% of the queries are similar in Oracle, MySQL, and MS SQL. Let's go ahead and start with a simple query. Let's try to create a new customer table. Create table customer. Let's say I'm going to give a customer name, varchar 100. I'm going to give salary, which is integer. Let's try to give a customer, actually customer ID, we will give it here. Cust ID, which is integer. Cust name, which is varchar. Cust salary, age, integer. Location, let's say varchar 100. And let's keep it simple, right? We will try to run this query. There is some error. Okay, maybe because of this one. The query is successful. Select star from customer. Okay, 1 second. Create table, table name, column, column name, everything is good. What is the error? In line number 6. Ah, my bad. Sorry. I have missed out on yeah, this is good. Now I'll try to select from my customer table. Empty table is ready. I'm going to insert few records. Insert into customer values. Let's say I'm going to give a customer ID 1. Let's say I'm going to give my name. Let's say I'm going to give salary, just random numbers. Let's say age, again random numbers, don't go by the numbers. I'm not 35. Location is, let's say I'm staying in Hong Kong, and that's it. And then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create few more records. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Let's try to create 5 records. Cool. Now I have not made anything as primary key. In case you want to make, you know how to do that, just make it primary key, right? uh, so I'm just creating a basic table. I'm not here to teach you how it works. Rohan Thakre, uh, Suvarna Das. I'm just giving random names. Saurav Agarwal, one of my very close friends, and Ankit Rath, again very close friend of mine. And let's say give some random salaries. Okay, let's keep age random again, and let's give some location. Let's say India, 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 India. So I'll run this, and then I will select my table, and here we have the table is ready, right? I am not going to teach you how to work with SQL in this module. I'm assuming that you already know SQL, right? So in this particular module, I am more concerned about how you can get started with Fabric to create Fabric connections, Fabric lakehouses, and connect that with Power BI, right? Sorry if I'm repeating these things again and again. It's just for some students who might find difficult to understand. That's it, right? For people who are following my videos, sorry for repeating these things again and again. I have seen some reviews. Many of you have given some bad reviews that most of the times I repeat a lot of things, because trust me guys, everybody is different, right? Everybody has a different learning style, everybody has a different learning curve. Some people can understand in one uh, just one shot. They go through the video, they understand. Some people need to go through the video 3 to 4 times, right? So sorry if you think I am repeating. Now everything is good, my table is ready. The next task is going to visualize this table or create a connection in Power BI. So remember, this is Microsoft Fabric. We have created a lakehouse, and inside the lakehouse we have this sales table. So just for the sake of not forgetting, we have Fabric. Inside Fabric, we created a Lakehouse, which is Lakehouse 1. Inside Lakehouse, we have created this sales table, right? And this one, how do we get connected with Power BI? This is my activities exercise, right? So let's go ahead here. You might be seeing a SQL server here. This will also work. I'm assuming this will work. So let's give it a try. So just go to this settings, connection strings, ODBC, and here we have the server. Nothing else is needed. Or is the server the entire full thing? I think it's the full thing. Yeah, I think it's the full thing. My bad. And the database is, let's say, this one. It's optional. If you don't give, I think you should still be able to see this table. So let's give it a try. Now, if this does not work, of course, there is a way where it will 100% work, but I'm just giving it a try. It should work because eventually it's a SQL database sitting on Fabric. I think it's on cloud, so we should be able to connect. So let's give it a try. No need of any advanced options. It's not able to connect. Could not open a connection to SQL server. Let's see once again. Is there okay? 1 second. SQL server. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Use my credentials. We could not authenticate. Use my Microsoft credentials. You aren't signed in. Okay. Asking for an authentication and hmm, fingers crossed. I'm very much hopeful it will work. It should work. Okay, let's give some time to Power BI. I think some of my resources are eating up my memory, because of which it's taking little bit time to load. But yeah. Okay, unable to connect. Server is fabric.com, is not fabric.com. I think this is the port. I think I will give it a try again. Colon 1433. Now this should work. Microsoft account, sign in. Okay, connect. Yeah, this is pretty much the server and this is the port. It should work. Okay, No problem. Let's try to go ahead and check out the Fabric option. Let's click on more. Let's go to Microsoft Fabric, Lakehouse, Connect. I should be able to see my Lakehouse, 𝐓𝐢𝐻1, Connect, and I should be able to see my table. My table was customer. Why it's not visible? Okay. No, not this one. This is the orders table, right? Let's go back. Fabric. Oh, this one. My bad. You don't have to go to the lake houses. Just go to the SQL database. And here you should be able to see sales and connect. Right, my customer table is ready. My 5 customers are ready. You can load it, and if you want import or direct query, it's up to you based on what you want. If you want real time, it can be a direct query. If you want non real time, it can be import, right? So yeah, we have it. Now if you want to just visualize it, you can see everything is available. Done and dusted. So that's the second thing that I wanted to talk about. The first thing was how to get connected with the lake house using what was that, using a file. And the second one was how to get started with a SQL database inside Fabric, right? So next video we shall be talking about something else. Hi. Let's move on to the next part, which is data flows. Very important thing. Now, one thing to rectify from the previous video, that while I was very much motivated in the lecture, somehow I forgot that the sales database that we had created was basically created directly in Fabric. It was not created under the lake house, right? And the table that we had created was sales, if I am not wrong. Sorry, orders, whatever it is. If we go back to Fabric, the table name was sales, right? And yeah, from the sales table, sales database, we have created this customer table, right? So I told that it is from the lakehouse, but yeah, it's not. And so far we have already created like a file, and we have created a table out of it, and then we have used it directly in Power BI. This is done, and the second part is directly from the sales table. So sorry, sales basically is the database, right? Don't get confused. And inside that we created a table, and we have also done that on Power BI, right? So far we have done these two things. Now the third thing is going to be, somehow I explained this here, but in the diagram I messed it up. The third thing is I'm going to create a data flow, right? So how do we create a data flow? I mean, there are multiple ways of creating a data flow. Directly you can create here data flow, or else what you can do is you can create a data flow within your lakehouse. Right now, before we create a data flow, let's try to quickly talk about data flows. I'm pretty much sure most of you already know about this thing. Data flows was already covered in Power BI. Why do we even have a data flow? Try to understand that, right? Traditionally, when you are using different type of connections or different type of sources, data sources directly to Power BI, there are some flaws in this technique, right? Imagine this is nothing but your production data, right? And that means every day there are some inserts, there are some updates happening on this particular data sources, right? Now If you create a direct connection with your original data source, that means you have to set multiple scheduled refreshes separately, right? That is going to create an impact, that is going to have a negative impact, because your live these are your live tables, right? If you create a connection directly to your live tables, scheduled refreshes to your live tables, that could actually get you into a lot of trouble. Now instead of that, how about what we can do is let it from multiple type of data sources. What you can do is you create like a broker, and this broker you can call it as a data flow, right? And then connect your Power BI to your data flow. Now here what's happening is data flow manages all these connections, and you are doing your scheduled refresh on data flows, not on your original data sources. Now in this case what happens is there is just one single refresh which is directly refreshing everything from this data source. So refresh is happening here, and then you are able to use that data flow as a data source in your Power BI. So in short, in simple words, data flows are used as connections to facilitate your data preparation and transformation. Now again, imagine one another case is you're doing some sort of transformations, right? Let's say you are taking, let's say, one table from this database, couple of table from this database, and you are doing some transformation, right? And you're taking the transformed final query or final data into your Power BI, right? So you can do it in the data flow level, you don't have to do it on the source level, right? So the first data flows basically facilitate data preparation and data transformations across various reports and data sets. And there are multiple key reasons why do we go ahead with data flows, and that includes it's a kind of a centralized data management system, right? um, Data flows allows organization to centralize data preparation and transformation, right? Making it easier to manage and maintain the data sources. Reusability. Now once your data flow is created, it can be reused across multiple Power BI reports or dashboards by multiple members, right? Now imagine in your workspace, right? This is your workspace. This is your workspace. Now in your workspace, let's say there are multiple Power BI reports, report 1, report 2, and let's say report 3, and different people are working on them. Now let's say from here table 1 is being used here, table 1 is also used here, and table 1 is also used here. Let's say table 2 and table 3, table 2 is used here, table 2 is used here, table 2 and 3 are used here. Just forget about data flows. If you individually have these reports directly connected to your data sources, how many refreshes will happen? You're basically doing two refreshes. I mean, one scheduled refresh, but it's eventually refreshing two tables, right? Here also two, here three, right? So in short, there's going to be 7 refreshes. Now, if you're using a data flow, how many refreshes will happen? Just 3, right? Eventually 1 at the data flow level, but if you have a connection to table number 1, it's just going to be refreshed once, and then that is going to be used by report 1, report 2, and report 3. Simple, right? So reusability. What is reusability? Once a data flow is created, it can be reused across multiple Power BI reports and dashboards, reducing duplication of effort. And the third important point is data transformation. Everything, transformation, cleaning, whatever you want to do, you can do it on the data flow level. Of course, consistency, integration with data lakes, lake houses, blah blah blah. That's also possible. If you have a data flow, you can directly integrate with your data lakes, right? Data flows can directly connect to data lakes and other storage solutions, and that allows more extensive and flexible data architecture. Performance increases. Yes, by performing data transformations outside of Power BI reports, especially in data flows, your report performance will be improved, right? So, multiple use cases are there. If you are looking for like a enterprise data warehousing or like a data governance point of view, data flows are always recommended. Going back to how do we get started creating data flows in Fabric. So inside Fabric, I'm going to go to my Lakehouse, right? Inside my Lakehouse, what do we have? Okay, some schemas are there, some security is there. Okay, let's go back to the workspace. Um, okay, let's go here. Okay, here. Let's try to. Okay, maybe I can delete these. It's not needed. What was my customers table? I can delete. And my orders was something that we had created in the first part, right? Let's keep it. So here I'm going to do get data and get started with a new data flow gen e2. Let's try to give a name. Let's say I'm going to give it as lh1 data flow. Okay, now my data flow is ready. Now what we can do is let's get started with getting some data into our data flows and do some exercises. Do you all see one thing which looks like Power BI's Power Query platform, right? So data flows actually have Power Query platform within itself. So if you quickly get started with the data here, you can actually do all these kind of query transformations right here in the data flow level. You don't have to do these things in Power BI, and that is also one more advantage, right? I talked about transformation, right? So transformation can be done here itself. So let's quickly get started with getting data. For now, let's say we can, okay. Um, okay, let's say I will try to use an Excel file. Okay, my organization doesn't allow OneDrive, so maybe, okay, so what do? We don't have any kind of connections here, right? Excel. Okay, I already have a OData connection here. So this particular link I will be sending, this is like a demo link that you can use, which is nothing but like a OData server where multiple tables are available, and this is just for demonstration purpose. As you can see, multiple tables are visible. Let's try to select customer orders. Uh, let's just select customers and orders and try to create it. Once it is created, two tables will be created here, as you can see on your screen. By default, all of these things are visible, and that's because I have already, one second, why do I not see this? Okay, anyways, let's say I'm just going to view and change it to this one. Yeah, the reason why you see all of these column profiles is because I have already done the settings here. If you go to option general, enable column profile, so it was by default enabled. If you want to enable, you can enable it here. Just go to options and enable your column profile here. uh, this is just to give you a quick idea about how many error, how many empty data do you have. If in case you want to impute those things, you can always impute it here. I'm disabling this because this is not needed, right? So I have two tables here, customers and orders. Let's say we will do some sort of transformations. Let's say I want to transform, and let's say I want to fill something. A lot of things are available here. I'm not going to teach you each and everything. What we can do is, okay, let's try to do a simple merge query. Let's say we will create a new merge query, customers with orders, customer id, and let's try to take the inner join of it. Inner join basically means the common elements, and then let's click on OK and just rename it to, let's say, cust orders inner join. Right now we have three different tables in our data flow. If you want to do some sort of Power Query transformations, you can do here. I will not be doing that. I'm not going to teach you how these things work. These are already some basic things that you might already know, right? In case you want to delete some columns, you can delete them. In case you want to keep some columns, you can keep them. Let's say you want to do some group by on customers data, you can always do, let's say, group by, and then let's say you want to do based on uh, let's say customer id, not customer id, let's say we want to do based on city, let's say, and count, and then click on OK, and you will be able to see the group by, right? For Berlin we have 1 count, Mexico 5, and let's say you want to, so there is a problem here, and that's because your original query has changed. You can always go to your view option and show the query settings, and this is like the applied steps, right? You just remove it and it will go back to the original, the previous step, right? And now we are back. The inner join is also working. Let's say your transformations are done. I'm not getting in depth into this. Let's go ahead and publish it. Our main motive is to connect this with Power BI, right? So LH1 data flow is getting published. It will take few seconds to publish. Now, while it is getting published, another thing I forgot is the advantages is you can always do a, sorry, stopped functioning. You can always do a scheduled refresh on data flow level. That is also an added advantage. I think I already covered, right? Yeah. So it's still loading. Published successfully. Let's also quickly show you how the refreshing works. Go to scheduled refresh, turn it on, change the time zone, whatever you want to choose, and choose your daily, weekly frequency, add a time. Let's say you want to do it at 8 in the morning every day. The refresh notification should be sent to the data flow owner. Click on apply, and the refresh is scheduled. That means the original tables that you are connected in this data flow, if something is changing in those tables, automatically the data in your data flow will be updated, right? That's the whole idea of scheduled refresh. Now going to Power BI, let's try to create a new page, and here I will give the option of data flow, but here we are using Lakehouse data flow. So I'm just writing down as Lakehouse DF. Go to more, go to fabric, Lakehouse, and select, okay, and then go to Lakehouse 1 connect, and here I should be able to get my new table, customer order inner join, right? That is what exactly what we had created here in our Lakehouse. If you go to LH1, you go to unidentified, um, Yeah, customer order inner one, right? This is what we had created, right? If you want to go ahead and check that data flow, you can always go ahead and check it out, right? That's the same name, cust odd inner join, and you can see cust odd inner join. And let's load it and choose your connection type, and your data is in your Power BI. If you want to do some transformations, it's always recommended to do at the data flow level, not in the Power BI level, just to reduce we shouldn't do at Power BI level, we should reduce that as much as possible. But in case the transformation is specific to this particular report or dashboard that you are working, then you can do the transformation here, right? Now this is done. Just for demonstration, let's try to add something, and let's say I will add country, and let's say I will add customer ID, and that's it, done. And let's say I want to have like a top end filtering with top 5 based on what, based on my customer ID count, apply. And here we have US, Germany, France, Brazil, UK. So connection is created. Now till now we have already covered Lakehouse file, SQL databases, Lakehouse data flows. More to go. Let's jump into the next video. Hi, let's get into the next topic, which is KQL. So far, we have already understood how to work with lakehouses, what are lakehouses, how to work with different type of databases inside Fabric. Now the next part inside Fabric is going to be a KQL database. So using a KQL database connection also, you can start working on Power BI. Now, how do we create a KQL database in Fabric? That's going to be a secondary question. Our primary question is going to be, what is KQL? What is KQL? KQL is Kusto query language. Now, it sounds very much similar to structured query language, right? But it is somehow very close to SQL, but it has its own features and it has its own differences, right? Now, Kusto query language is a powerful query language used primarily for querying large data sets, especially in Azure Data Explorer. So I'm not sure if you know about this or not. There is a tool called as ADX inside Microsoft Azure, through which you can get started with using KQL databases. Now, what are the different features of KQL? First of all, readability. KQL syntax is designed to be very simple and intuitive, and making it accessible for users familiar with SQL. That means if you know SQL, you can very easily get started with KQL. So the first thing is readability. Okay, one second. Now the second feature of KQL is data exploration. You can actually do a lot of data exploration directly on the KQL database. So KQL allows for quick data exploration with support for filtering, summarizing, joining, etc. etc. A very important point of KQL database is time series analysis, which is not available in MySQL database. In MySQL database, you can only check your categorical or numerical columns if you want to. You can of course do group by functions to get the numbers, but KQL is a different thing. We will try to understand more about how KQL can do time series analysis, right? And then of course we have multiple things like aggregations. Let me just close it. Aggregations and statistics, extensibility, right? Now users can define custom functions here. I will write it down. Custom functions can be designed, I would say, or defined by users. and of course reuse them across queries, which actually enhances the modularity and maintainability, right? And the last thing comes integration. It can be integrated very well with many other Azure services. That includes Azure Monitor, yes, log analytics, Power BI, and etc. So all of these are nothing but the features of KQL query language. Okay, so is KQL a part of Fabric? Yes, that's the reason we are studying it. KQL is a part of Microsoft Fabric. And Microsoft Fabric, everybody knows it's nothing but a unified analytics platform. Right. Now, the next question you might think about is how KQL is different from SQL, which is structured query language. Now, depends from use case to use case. Some of the quick differences are um, KQL is primarily used for, you can call it as log and telemetry data analysis, often used in ADX. So ADX is nothing but the full form of Azure Data Explorer, right? Many of you might be thinking, oh, it should be ADE, but no, we call it as ADX, right? So KQL is primarily used for Azure Data Explorer for log and telemetry data analysis, right? A SQL is nothing but a general purpose query language used for managing and manipulating relational databases, right? KQL works with schemaless data, but SQL operates on structured data stored in tables with predefined schemas. In KQL, you will potentially be more familiar with it once we jump into the practicals. We will make use of pipe operator. So pipe operator will be used to chain commands. So something, pipe something, pipe something. That will basically nothing but a chain command. But in SQL, we have declarative syntax with clauses like select, from, where, etc. KQL has inbuilt aggregated functions for time series analysis and is optimized for fast aggregation over large data sets. Now, SQL supports aggregation but may not have specialized functions, right? Talking about extensibility, real time analytics, there are multiple other differences. Let's try to quickly talk about the differences here. Maybe what I'll do is I'll try to draw a simple box, and we will quickly do a difference between KQL and SQL. KQL and SQL. Okay, the agenda of this lecture is definitely not getting in depth into KQL, but somehow, as we are talking about the differences, let's try to talk about it. So, designed for log and telemetry data analysis, often used in ADX, Azure Monitor, etc. Let me try to make this box a little bit bigger so that, right, this should be okay. And I will do like this, and I will put a line here, right? Similarly, what about SQL? SQL is structured query language, right? It's like a general purpose query language used for managing and manipulating relational DBs, right? Secondly, going into the second part, which could be about data models, right? KQL works with schema-less data, which basically makes it easier to analyze, can analyze semi-structured and unstructured data. But talking about SQL, as we are dealing with relational databases with predefined schemas and tables, it can only operates on structured data stored in tables with predefined schemas. The third point is going to be about query structure. We can use a sorry, pipe operator to chain commands, right? And here there is no such pipe operator. We basically use select, from, where, etc., right? Similarly, after query structure, aggregations has inbuilt functions for time series analysis and is optimized for fast aggregation over large data sets. And talking about SQL, it supports aggregation, no doubt about it, supports aggregation, but don't have any inbuilt functions, right? Or you can say don't have any specialized functions for time series out of the box. Anything else? You can have custom functions, can define custom functions that can do anything. Here you cannot, right? uh, I mean, custom functions can be written in SQL. Yes, functions can be written, but they are generally rigid in structure, right? So that, okay, let's not have this in my differences, because in both the cases you can write custom functions. This is definitely designed for real time log and telemetry analytics, and this is commonly used for transactional data retrieval and manipulation. Now, these are the sound differences between KQL and SQL, and there could be more. I mean, this is what I can think of right now, and that's it. In the next video, we shall be getting into how to get started with KQL in Fabric, and going forward, we will start learning more about KQL syntaxes, how to work with KQL databases, and of course, the integration with Power BI. Hi, moving on. As we discussed in the previous video, that KQL, which is Kusto query language, is majorly designed for log and telemetry data analysis. Now, I will try to focus more on this point, or maybe point related to this point. So basically, Kusto query language is nothing but the language that get insights from data coming from huge number of different places within our organization, right? Imagine you are working for a company, let's say Vodafone. Now, Vodafone has multiple types of data, right? It has data in audio format, which basically is nothing but your call center recordings. Data must be in textual format. They might be doing some third party APIs called to multiple ERP systems. There could be different other type of, let's say, log metrics, log data. There could be multiple IoT devices through which you are also getting information. You can call it as telemetry data. Let's say some user level authentication related information. Now, and let's say multiple other signals, right? So signals could be like application events, and the list goes on, right? There are bunch of list. Now, where do we store these kind of information? Because they are all of different format, different style, different type, right? Now, this is where KQL can be helpful. You can store all of this information in your Azure Data Explorer, which we also call it as ADX. So everything can be stored in ADX, and of course it will be stored as tables, right? So basically what it means is, doesn't matter whether your data is structured data, unstructured data, or semi-structured data. Any type of data can be stored in ADX. And KQL is basically the language. KQL is basically the language that you are using to read these data. And it is always in a read-only format. My bad. Like when you're dealing with SQL database, you have a database, right? And you are connecting to the database. You have, let's say, MySQL workbench or something, based on which you are doing some select query to select data, insert query to insert data, delete query to delete data, right? That means you are manipulating the data as well. In case you want to add a new table or delete a new table or delete few records, all of these things are possible because you are having a read write access there. Here explicitly it's going to be a read only access. That's why KQL is also called as WORM, WORM, which basically means write once, read many. Okay, now jumping on to how to get started with KQL, as I have told you and repeated few of the things while we started talking about Fabric, we are not going to show you to get started or maybe preparing your data with respect to KQL or ADX. Or let's say we are creating a lakehouse, we are not going to teach you how the data is going to be pushed to lakehouse or to KQL database. It usually happens in industries that data engineering team is the one who is responsible for this task. Especially for this particular video where we are focusing more on the Fabric integration with Power BI, we really don't care how the data comes to this KQL database, right? So for this exercise, I'm going to create a dummy connection, and I'm going to show you a dummy connection on how KQL database looks like. And of course, I will be talking about various KQL queries that is very similar to SQL queries on how to get started with it. So without further ado, let's go ahead and create our KQL database. So first thing what you need to do is go to app.fabric, go to your workspace and click on plus new item and create a KQL query set. Now, if you want to create a KQL database from scratch, you can also do that directly in your ADX, Azure Data Explorer, and from there also you can connect here. But I'm not doing that. I'm just going to use a, let's say, a dummy link to access basically a dummy data set or a sample data set, right? So I'm going to give KQLTP. Okay, create. You can see multiple options are there to get started with it. What all things you need to connect to see in your KQL database. I'm going to use a very default once again this one, Data Explorer. Okay, so here I'm going to use a dummy sample connection URI. Okay, so just go to https help.kusto.windows.net, and that's it. It will be successful. Now there are multiple tables here. Just for our sake, let's try to take any one of them. Let's say I'm going to take the security logs and I'm going to connect. The moment you connect, your database is ready. Let's say I'm not interested, and you can see some of the one article is also here to get started with your KQL querying part. Now this is your security logs database that we have just read, and you can see if you look at the hierarchy, this is how the hierarchy looks like, right? You have this schema, and then inside that you have tables, and these are the different tables. And if you want to go deep into that, even these tables have these columns, right? So that is how we can get started with this sample database. Next video, we shall be jumping into how to practically get started with KQL database. How do we select query, update query, sorry, no updation is allowed, select query based on filters. How do we do some anomaly detection if we can, or can we do some sort of machine learning prediction? Whatever is possible in KQL database, we will be learning. See you in the next video. Hi, welcome back. Let's jump more into KQL. Now, before getting into KQL practicals, before understanding how to write different type of queries, let's say in SQL we have select queries, from queries, where we have filter operations, we have aggregation functions, we have nested queries, and many things are there in SQL, right? How do we write those similar kind of queries in KQL? Let's try to understand that. But before we move into the practicals, I would like to talk a little bit more about KQL. Now, first, try to understand why KQL was introduced and how does it have an upper edge with respect to SQL. Now, I'm just focusing on this part, right? KQL is designed for log and telemetry data analysis, often used in ADX, Azure Monitor, etc. etc. So, KQL, Kusto Query Language, is nothing but a language that get insights from data coming from huge number of different places within our company and even beyond. Now imagine you are working for a company, right? Let's say you are working for Vodafone, right? Now Vodafone might be having different type of data. Let's say it might have some audio recordings. Let's say you're calling the customer care. All the recordings are stored, right? So imagine you have audio recordings, you have some sort of, let's say, OS log analytics, right? You might have some IoT devices data, so let's call it as telemetry data. You might have some user authentication related data. You might have some different other signals coming from different applications and events. So what I'm trying to say is there are different styles of data, right? Combination of structured, unstructured, and semi-structured. Now, where do we store these kind of data? That's the first question, right? So we store it in something called as ADX, which is nothing but Azure Data Explorer. As tables, we store it as tables, right? Now, how do we interact with Azure Data Explorer? This is where KQL comes into picture. So using Kusto query language, we interact with the Azure Data Explorer. And it is always a read-only operation. And that's why KQL is also called as worm language. WORM language. Write once, read many. Okay, so that's basically some of the other details about KQL. So let's jump into practical part. uh, the next video will all be about practicals. Let's try to jump into how to get started with creating a KQL database. Now I'm repeating once again that in this particular lecture we are not focused on creating the best KQL database for your company, because that is something which a data engineer needs to do, right? We are working as analysts, we are working for Power BI, and we are concerned about how Microsoft Fabric integrations work with Power BI, right? So once the data is already there in KQL database, how do we read that in Power BI? That's the major target for us. That's the major goal. So from where does the data comes into KQL database is none of my business. But just to get started with, I'll show you some of the examples through which you can start working with sample data, right? So you can go to your Fabric workspace, the workspace that we have created, click on plus new item, and here you can go to KQL query set, right? Now here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use KQL DB. I'm creating a new query set, and here it will ask get started, run queries, and blah blah blah. These are the different data sources. As I told you, if you already have access to your Azure Data Explorer, what you need to do is just go to Azure Data Explorer. Now here you need to create your own cluster. To create a cluster, you need to have different other configurations in Azure, which I'm not going to talk about. And once your cluster is created, you can easily create your database directly in Azure Data Explorer. Once that is created, you can take the connection URI and you can use it here. Okay. In my case, it will not work because I'm logged into 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐿𝐷 Analytics account where we don't have tenant IDs and all those things, and we don't have that kind of authentication to create a cluster. But in case you want us to create a cluster or just to show you how it works, I can potentially switch it back to my Hong Kong account, which is Satyajit, or my username @ paloit.com, which is my current company in Hong Kong. I can do that. But the thing is that I could get questions from my company, so that's why I'm not doing it. Anyways, we'll see. We'll figure out. But right now, just for your practice, how we can get started is just go to Event House. No, not that one. Azure Data Explorer. And I have a dummy account or a dummy connection where you can easily access sample data for your practice, right? So that is what we need, right? Eventually, we need access to this ADX to Power BI, right? And if this is done, our task is done, right? From where this data is getting populated should not be our major concern because data engineers are responsible for this, right? So I'm going to give you a dummy connection URI, which is already mentioned here. No, not this one. https help.kusto.windows.net. The moment you type in, it will give you a green tick. That means this is working. And if you want to go ahead and check out this platform, this is nothing but a dummy this thing. Oh, it's already asking for my Palo IT account. I'm not going to show this. But anyways, the moment you click here, you will be able to see multiple databases. You can randomly choose anything. Let's say I'm going to choose security logs and I'm going to connect. Okay. So now my KQL query set is ready. I'm clicking on not now and I'm deleting this. On your left hand side is what you call pane, right? Or we simply call it as pane, right? Or panel. So this left panel is all about your schema, tables, and different columns that you have. We have taken the security logs, if you remember. Inside security logs, these are the different tables that are available. If you look at any random table, let's say I'm just focusing on employees table, right? If you click on this, you see these are the different columns present inside this particular table, right? Now, how do we get started with KQL? Everything will be covered in the next video. So just wanted to reiterate few things that in SQL, how do we connect? We usually go for something like this, right? Select star from employees, and then let's say we want to do some filter operation where the column name equals to something, right? value, and then if you run this, you will be able to get the answer. But here it's not SQL, it's not SQL, it's KQL. The way we write queries in KQL is completely different, which we will be studying in the next video. Hi, welcome back. Let's get started with the practicals of KQL. Let's start writing our first query in KQL. Now, before we get started, I wanted to create a Google Sheet that can basically help us do a small comparison between SQL and KQL, right? So to get started with, I'm going to start with my first column name, which is category. The second column name will be SQL query. The third one will be KQL query. Okay, let's try to expand this a bit and expand this a bit, and category should be okay. Now this is my sheet which is ready. Let's name it as SQL KQL cheat sheet. Great. Let me just make it bold. All good. Let's get started with our very first thing, which is a select query. Now, before you start working on this, or before you start this video, if you are familiar with SQL and you want to learn KQL, it's very simple. I mean, it's not going to be very difficult to understand KQL. We just have to translate SQL queries into KQL by basically there is a comment line which we can use, which is hyphen hyphen. If you do that, and maybe the keyword explain something like this, let's say this is my query, right? I'm just writing down employees. Let's first start with this one. Okay, now let's say this is the SQL query, simple. Now you want to convert this into a KQL query. What you can do is hyphen hyphen and then just do explain, and then just do this one. Now if you run this, you can see what's happening here is it's basically giving you employees, project, timestamp, name, username, email address, domain, username, role, blah blah blah, right? Now it basically, the output basically shows the KQL version of the query, which can help you understand the KQL syntax, right? Now this is what the syntax should be. Now let's say instead of printing the entire table, let's say you just want to print one simple column, which is, let's say, name, right? Usually we do this, right, in SQL. Now if you run this, it will basically give you the query as this. Now this potentially is nothing but the KQL version of the SQL query. So if you execute this, see, the output is here, right? So that's why what we can do is the very first thing is this query, and the KQL query is as simple as this. Done. Similarly, if I go back to select star, now in this case what's happening is I'm printing all the columns, right? So if you run this, it's basically showing that this is what the KQL query should be. Table name, pipe, project. Project basically means you are projecting all the columns, and then you are giving all the column names. Let's say I'm just copying it and pasting it, and here we go. I'll run this and you can see I have a table, right? And this is what the table was, right? Now you can rearrange these column names based on your requirement. Let's say you want to have name first and then timestamp, you can do that, no problem. And that's exactly how SQL also works, right? If you want to change the select star to 5 columns, if you provide column 1 comma column 2 comma column 3 blah blah blah, you will be getting the output as column 1 2 3. If you give column 5 4 3 2 1, you will get the output very similar to that, right? So basically this is what the SQL query is, and this is what the output is. Oh, my bad. It has to be in the same, this one. Select query, select query. Very simple. Now, this is what you need to understand. Slash, sorry, not slash, hyphen, hyphen, and then explain is going to help you to get the KQL version of your SQL query. As simple as that, right? Now, basic select queries are done. Select star from or select a column name from, right? Now, how do we find, let's say, like a filter where clause? Let's say where role is equals to trial administrator. See, what I'm going to do is, I don't know KQL. I'm just going to use this and I will be able to get this query. Just copy this and we get the output here, which is employees pipe where role equals to trial administrator and project all the columns. And if you run this, basically I don't need this last line, because by default if I do this I should be able to get the entire output, and this is what it is. You can see for this particular role we are able to project, or we are able to get the output. So I'll take this query here and I will take this query here. Let's try to wrap it. Format, not merge, format wrapping, right? And then KQL query is this. Done. Very simple. We'll also try to wrap this one. Very simple. Okay. KQL queries are potentially a little bit bigger. Now again, one thing is here, if you are doing select star, you logically don't need this second line, right? If you just do employees, it should also work, right? So just keep that in mind. Moving on to the next thing, let's say I want to do, let's say I want to take the top n records, right? Now, top n records in SQL also differs, right? If you talk about MySQL, you usually have like limit operation, right? If you talk about Oracle SQL, you have the top query, right? Now here, how do we get that? Let's say select top 10. I'll just do top 5, okay, just for our understanding. Top 5 star from employees. Let's say we'll just do this, run this query, and this is what the query is. And I'll run this. Actually I don't need, because I'm just doing a top 5 star. So employees take integer 5. Now that's basically like your pandas dot head 5, right? Something like that. Now if you want to also have this based on certain things, let's say I want to run employees, and is there a numerical column so that we can do like, no, there is no numerical column, so I cannot directly show you about. Oh, we can do something like order by name ascending, something like that, right? Now if you want to run this, you will be able to get this. Okay, let's go step by step. Okay, the very first thing that we did was simply top 5 star from employees, right? Now if you go here, top query, the KQL version is employees pipe take int 5, integer 5. So this is what is similar to what the top operation does. Now if you want the top X number of employees based on salary, for example, right? Let's say order by salary desk. Now in this table we don't have a salary, but just in case, imagine there is a table where we have salary. what will be the output? Oh, salary is not available, but let's say we will give a random column name. Let's say I want to do a order based on name, right? So order by name ascending, or order, or let's say timestamp. Okay, order by name is fine, right? So what is the query? I will just remove this part because it's eventually printing all the columns. Employees pipe sort by name ascending nulls first, take 5. If you do this, it's basically sorting it out based on the name, right? So this is how the SQL query is, and this is what the KQL query is. Now you're already in 2025. In case you want to take help of ChatGPT or Grok, you just simply have to write this. For example, this is my query, convert this to KQL. But as I told you, I mean, imagine you don't have this table, right? And arbitrarily, if you want to do some query execution, converting it into KQL, you can take help of ChatGPT. But if your table is already there, then there is no need of ChatGPT as well, right? You can simply do hyphen hyphen explain and you will be able to get the KQL version of it, right? And you can see this is what the query is, and exactly this is what the query is. We ran this query, order by name ascending. Oh, it's basically giving you something like this, take 5. This should also work. This should also work, right? So either you do this or do this, both are fine. And I think this one is more easier, right? Order by name ascending, take 5. There is no need of defining take integer 5. So up to you. If you want, maybe I'll just write down the easier version of it, which is order by take 5. Similarly here also I can do order take 5, right? Let me just try this out again, take 5, and should give me 5 records. Done. That's basically the take what do you say, take function. Now okay, let's first print the table. Hmm. Do we have some null records here? Now, if you have some null records, for example, let's say there is a, let's say I'm just giving an hypothetical scenario. Let's say your username has null values, right? Now there is also a is not null function, using which you can also identify which records from the username table does not have uh, username. So let's say employees pipe where is not null, and then you can pass username, and then if you run this, it's not null. Yeah, so similarly, if you have is null, I don't know if there is a method called as is null, but we can give it a try. Oh, there are no records where username is null, but all of these records, the username is not null. So yeah, username is null and username is not null. Now what is the alternative, or what is the SQL version of this query? Can you pause this video and try to write it down in pen and paper? So the basic SQL query of this code is going to be select star from employees where username is not null, right? So I will just copy this and I will write it down. And what is the KQL version of it? The KQL version of it is this one. Okay, cool. Similarly, is null is just the opposite of it. is null, and here it's also just, instead of is not null, it has to be is null. That's it. Now, apart from that, let's say you want to find, okay, one very important point in KQL is when you're dealing with data, like date columns, right? Now, in SQL, I mean, my personal experience is very bad working with SQL databases, especially when you are analyzing timestamp as a column or one of the date times as a column, right? Now, in this case, let's say I want to print all the employees between, print all employees between timestamp, let's say 2012, 1915 to 2012, 2359, 59, something like that, right? Let's say 7 6 59 59. Let's say I want to print all the employees between this particular timestamp. So in KQL, what we can do is, now before KQL, what will be the SQL version? It will be select star from employees, where timestamp between da 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 and da da da, right? And here also you need to do typecasting, right? You need to have a typecasting here in order to get this output. In KQL, it's very simple. So you just have to do employees pipe, where timestamp between date time 2012 0401, 401, and let's say 404. I'll come to the time part. Let's try with uh, timestamp. Let's try with this one first. Invalid data type string. Okay. What I'm going to do is, instead of passing this timestamp between, I'm just going to do to date time function. I'm going to pass timestamp. Timestamp is greater than equals to date time greater than equals to date time 2012 401, and to date time timestamp less than equals to date time. Oh, date time will not take string, right? Date time 2012 0404. This should logically work. Now let's run this. Oh, it worked. Now you can see between April 1st April and 4th April, I just see one record, which is Rosemary, right? Let me just copy this, Rosemary, and let's try to print the entire employees. Oh, this one is 1 4. We did 4 1, right? So let's go down. 4 1. There is no 4 1 record, no 4 2 record. There is only one record between 4 1 and 4 4, which is 4 3, which is Rosemary. Let's try to give 1 till 10th. Are we getting two records or not? Logically we should, and yes, we are getting two records, right? So let me write it down in your cheat sheet as well. So this one is the query and this is the SQL query. See, whenever you are stuck in writing KQL query, even if this is not working, you can always go to ChatGPT or Grok and quickly ask them. Let's say this is my query, right? Convert this to KQL. It will logically give me the same output that the hyphen hyphen explain gave, which is something like this, where timestamp between this and this. You can see the same thing, right? Where timestamp between this and this, but you can further go ahead and tell that invalid string error. How to fix this? We got the same error, right? Uh, let's say, what error did we get? Just copy paste this error, simple, and then you can ask, and it will be able to give you like an alternative solution. And this is what we did, right? To date time between this and this. Oh, this is also, this will also work. I did little bit more complex, but this is what Grok gave us, and you can see it still works. To date time timestamp between this and this. So this brings us to an end to all of these basic things, like uh, basic things are already done. Select queries and where queries. Let's say this is your where query. um, Anything else left in the basic chapter? Once we are done with the basics, we will jump into some of the advanced things. I think we are good. Like, there are some like operation and various other things. We will cover that in the next video. Hi, welcome back. Let's jump into a few other areas, such as, let me just write it down on the topics that we have missed so far, which is nothing but wildcard operation. In SQL, where we were using like operation, like something something like this, and KQL, how can we do such kind of operation? We also forgot talking about um, something like a having clause, right? If you remember, um, where clauses are used on non-aggregated queries, having clauses are used on aggregated queries or group by queries. So that is also something I missed. And of course, none other than nested queries. Yes, nested queries are also nested queries. Okay, cool. Anything else? Join operations. Yes, join operations are also not yet covered. Um, okay, let's at least first talk about these three basic things, and once we are done, we will jump into sorting is done, right? Sorting I have covered. Sorting is covered. Top and top sort. Top sort is covered. Okay, let's quickly jump into the like operation. So we will start with the same thing, like explain. Select star from employees where username like. On my screen I have something like Rocoto. I will just do ROC, and that's it. I will try to explain, and I will be able to get the output as this. Again, I will remove this line where username contains ROC. So that is basically what you do in SQL using like command. So like is nothing but a wildcard operator, right? So in KQL, we do something like this. Okay, cool. So let me just write it down. That's my KQL query, and this is my SQL query. And what was that? That was my wildcard. Let's say I will just write it down as like operator. Okay. After like, let's say we'll move on to the next one, which is which is having clause. Having clause. I'm not going to explain having clause, but normally having clause works on group by queries. Before having clause is taught, let's try to talk about group by queries. Okay, so let me first print my table and then I will frame up my question. Let's say my question here is based on role. Okay, so let's say explain select username, role count star from employees group by role, something like this. So what will be the corresponding KQL query? The corresponding KQL query is something like this. Let's try to print it and let's try to run this, and here you go. Okay, let's try to explain what I was trying to do, right? If you go to this employees table, the only column where we can do some sort of aggregations potentially was role, right? Because if you look at name, it's a unique thing. User agent is also pretty much unique, or this can also be done because I see Macintosh and then Windows, Linux. So I just used a random column called as role and I wanted to group by. So what does this query mean? It means for each role, how many count do we have in the employees table? That's it. And then when I did slash slash, sorry, not slash slash, hyphen hyphen explain, this is what I got. Now try to understand this part. What's happening here is we are using a summarize function here. Okay, if you want to study more about any of these functions, just type in the name and KQL. You should be able to redirect to the official documentation of Microsoft, which, to be very honest, is very simply explained. Summarization, you are doing it on a new column, no column name. Let's say I want to give them a column name. Let's say count, roll count, and I will give this name here. Now roll count is nothing but two integer. I'm just using the count function by roll. Very simple. If you run this, you're able to get the roll and the corresponding roll count. By default, the roll count is sorted in a descending manner, right? Let's say you want to sort it based on ascending, or let's say sort by count star ascending. If you run this, not sort by, order by, my bad, order by count star ask. So what's happening here is summarize, this query remains the same. This one is the main thing, which is nothing but the sorter order by key. Okay, and sort by this ask nulls first, right? Now this is how you can leverage hyphen hyphen explain function to understand their corresponding KQL queries. So for now I'm just writing it down. My KQL query for this case is this, and my SQL query was this one, right? And that was nothing but my group by. Now, as I was moving towards having function, right? What is having? Having basically works on top of a grouped by function. Now, in this case, let's say you want to have anybody whose roll count is greater than 140, right? Or greater than 150. What you can do is having count greater than 150. If you run this, you're getting the query, and here you can see summarize roll count is this. It's very clear, right? Here you can also add a having condition. Having condition is count greater than 50. Okay, see, this is what the output is coming here, but I'm pretty much sure if we uh, can you simplify this KQL query, I think you can always simplify just by using, you can see the simplest version is here, which is this one. Summarize count, which is nothing but my role count, count by role, where count role count is greater than this. And if you run this, you can see only 2 records. Very simple, right? So from this query, you're just adding nothing but a where clause, where your role count is greater than 150. That's it. So if you change it here also, it will work, right? See, honestly speaking, I don't want to boast, but I don't want to boast. I don't want to talk good or bad about me. Honestly speaking, I have used KQL database only in one of my previous projects. That's it. I'm not a pro in KQL, but SQL, yes, I know SQL to a good extent. But nowadays, with ChatGPT coming in and various other AI tools where we can easily take help for writing queries, I am not really quite. I would say I don't write queries from scratch. I take help of ChatGPT and then use my brain and then restructure the queries, right? So don't judge me based on that. So KQL is I use this in one of my previous projects. I don't even remember all of these queries by myself, but at least I know the SQL part of it, and then I always use my hyphen explain to get the output. I know the output given by this one is bit complex, but you can simplify it using Grok or ChatGPT, exactly how we have done it right now, right? So let me write it down here. Let's say for having clause, what is my KQL query? It's something like this, and my SQL query is something like this. Okay. Now, as we are done with wildcard and having clause, let's jump into nested query. Hi. Let's move on to the next part, which is nested queries. Now, as we have just one table, I'm just showing you an example of how to work with nested queries. The idea is very simple. It's going to be the same thing. If you can write a query in SQL, just use hyphen explain and you will be able to get the KQL query. So let's try to formulate a query. Let's say I'm going to run it again on the main table employees, and let's say I want to create a nested query based on, let's say, this particular company, or let's say this particular username, right? So let's say select star from employees where username is equals to select username from employees where username equals to this. So this is my query. I mean, I know it's not a very complex query. It's a very simple query. I could have easily written down the username here. I'm just showing you how nested query works and how to create the KQL query of it, right? So similarly, hyphen explain, and that's it. Then I will run this query and I will be able to get the KQL query of it. So let's say this is the KQL query. So employees where username equals to scalar, employees where username equals to dwest, project username, and you can remove this last part, and that becomes my nested query. And similarly, whatever complex nested query you are using, just make sure you are good with SQL. You can write the queries, because if you have any sort of mistakes in this query, potentially your explain command will not work, right? And you can also do this. You can directly go to Grok and also generate the query, right? Generate the KQL query for this, and you will be able to get the KQL version of it. So the SQL version, SQL version is select star from employees, blah blah blah, and the KQL version is, basically it identified that we are doing a wrong nested query. It's not that complex, that's why it has given you a very simple answer. But I hope the idea is clear, right? If you are running a complex query, you can either do using this or take help of ChatGPT or Grok. Hi, let's jump into the next part, which is join operations. Now, as we all know, how many types of joins do we have? We have inner join, we have outer join, left join, right join, right? I'm not going to teach you how join works. I'm just going to give a simple example of a join statement, and I'm going to help you with creating the KQL query of it, right? Now, as we already have employees table, let's try to find another table from where we can create some sort of relationship, right? So if you look at employees table, there are multiple things here: name, user, agent. Let's try to remember some of them: host name, username. So maybe based on username we can actually create a relationship. I'm not sure from which table I should check. Let's say process events. Process events, do they have like a username? No, they don't have anything in authentication. Authentication events. Okay, authentication events has something called username, right? I'm just writing it down here. And employees also has a username, right? Now let's try to create a connection between them. Let's say I'm writing down a select query, select a dot. Okay, let's try to run application events. Let's say from here I want the user agent. So let's say user agent a dot result, and let's say b dot username. So basically I'm taking the username from the second table, from authentication events a comma employees b, where a dot username is equals to b dot username, right? It's nothing but a simple inner query, right? So let's try to use hyphen hyphen explain, and I'm doing the same thing. I'm just copying this and running, and here you go. There is a join query that is already been created. Authentication events join kind equals to inner with employees. So we want all of this project rename, blah blah blah. Let's try to run this, and you can see we have this, right? Very simple. If you want to rename this, you can always rename this. Let me just try to copy this and add it to the cheat sheet. So this is my inner query, and this is my SQL query. I'm writing down as inner join. Now the previous one was a nested query. However, it was not a very complex nested query. Where is that? This one, right? And we go back here and we add it here, and then the query was something like this, right? So that brings us to an end to all of these basic things, like the basic things that we do in SQL, like select queries, where commands, filter queries, nested queries, join statements, etc, etc. Let's try to jump into other parts of KQL on what else can be done in KQL which cannot be done in SQL. Let's jump into that shortly. Hi. As we are done with the basic things, like what we study in SQL, some of the basic things are select, where, filters, etc., etc. We also talked about wildcards, having clauses, group by statements, nested queries, join operations. Even though we have not deep dived uh, very well, but I think you got an idea, right? If you are good with SQL, you can potentially convert any kind of SQL query to KQL, right? By just using hyphen hyphen explain, right? Now moving on to some of the capabilities of KQL, which is not available in SQL, right? So let's say we are talking about authentication events. So let's say I will just run this code. Authentication events has timestamp, and now you can see this timestamp is mostly into YYYY, format, right? And also to the micro seconds format. Now let's say I want to do some sort of a summarization. I want to group by the timestamp on an hourly basis, right? I'm not sure how many data do we have in this dummy table 2022 111, 2022 13. Assuming it is like having 8 days of data, uh, I think it's 8 days of data. 1 3 means 3rd of Jan till potentially 11th of Jan. 8 days of data, right? So let's say I want to do some sort of operations, which is something like doing like a group by on timestamp per hour basis, and I want to only check the failed logins, right? There are multiple logins, right? Failed login and successful login. We can do that without using ChatGPT, with using ChatGPT. In this case, I'm going to use ChatGPT, I mean Grok, which is an alternative to ChatGPT, because I want you to also see how I am using the prompts in order to get the right things, right? Let's say this is a table I have in my KQL database, right? And I'm just going to give one record, and I'm just going to write down all the columns: timestamp, host name, src IP, user agent. You are already in the era of AI, so I will recommend you to use AI, use these kind of tools in order to write down queries. You don't have to memorize queries. Of course, for interviews, yes, you might have to, but just for practicing, it's okay. Now, I want to have a count by, let's say, a bin of timestamp 1h, or maybe because I know this, that's why I'm writing it down. Let's try to write it down in layman's term. I want to have a 1 hour time interval of bins for timestamp and show the total successful logins versus failed logins. Can you write a KQL query? Let's try to do this. Okay, it has already written down. I'm going to take this and I'm going to run this. And invalid data type string, this is known. I knew this would come. That's because my timestamp, which should be a date column, is not date, right? uh, Timestamp is not date type. Please fix the query. Actually, you can use to date time, so that, yeah, this is what they have also used, to date time. It converts string to date, and then run this. Wow, we have this. Oh, why do we have March, January? Sorry, 3rd of January. We just have one record. What about other hours? 19th hour is there. Where is 20th hour, 21st hour? Even on 4th, we have 9, 10, 11. Where is 12, 13, 14, 15? It seems to be some problem. Oh, 3rd of Jan, we have 19 hour, and then I think it's how the data is, right? If you look at the data, ah, if you look at the data, 30, so third of Jan we have 19th hour data, and then immediately we have the ninth hour data of 4th. 4th Jan. That's how the data is, right? Anyways, so this eventually is giving you the total number of successful and the total number of failed count, right? In case you also want to do it on like a 24-hour basis, you can do that just by changing the code. So let's try to do it separately. Let's try to make it, sorry, my bad, 24h, and then run this, and then here we have, so it's like a daily basis, right? 24 hours, successful, failed, successful, failed, successful, failed. Okay, um summarize. Let's say I don't want successful, I only want the failed count. Okay, and I want to do it on 1 hour basis, 1 hour bins. So I'm just changing this part. I just want failed. I'll just write it down as failed login count. Count if result not equals to this by bin past time. Okay. Now let's say I want to plot this, right? Can we plot this graph in KQL database? The answer is yes. There is something called as uh, render line chart, and if I do that, I should be able to get a line chart, a beautiful line chart, and you can see, and that's a speciality of KQL database. Now here, if you want to hide title, enable title, instead of line chart, if you want something else like an area chart, bar chart won't look good because it's a time series data, but yeah, line chart or area chart, anything works, right? Similarly, pie chart will not work because pie chart is a specific type of thing, right? Pie chart only works for one particular column, right? If you want to show it like on a percentage basis, right? We can also try that out. For example, if I go to authentication events, right? I will ask in this table authentication events, there is a column which is result, which has successful login and failed login. Is that right? Successful login, yeah. I want to show a pie chart. I want to render a pie chart. Render a pie chart, write the KQL query. Of course, you can do that in your visualization tool, but KQL also provides that facility, right? So just copy this and then do this. Why it is cancelled? Yeah, here we have. Similar to that, if you want to do something else like bar charts and all those things, let's say you want to do a bar chart on the successful login, you can change it to bar chart and you should be able to get a bar chart, right? Failed login, successful login. So that's the speciality of KQL database. And apart from these things, you can also do some anomaly detection. You can also do various other things with KQL database, but we will not move ahead. Let's try to do like a simple, uh, I want to perform anomaly detection on this data. Can you write a KQL query for that? Now, for anomaly detection, of course, domain knowledge is very much important. I'm expecting that you know anomaly detection or you know how what are anomalies, so that you don't have to. I should not worry about what that topic is. I'm assuming that you already know. So let's try to go ahead and plot this. Now here, it's not working, must be a dynamic query where series anomaly this should work actually. Summarize total logins by bin past. Um, this query actually should work. Okay, let's give this error to grok. Okay, and then we have the new query. No rows from ago 30 days, right? So um, okay, the date we have is 2022 0101 till 2022 12/12. So that it will just change this part, right, from ago to now, because it's just taking the last 30 days. That's why you don't have any rows. So here it will be giving you like a between command, past template, past timestamp between this and this. As we have data in 2022, that's why I've just given some random from date and to date. And then you can see for 19th hour on day 3 of January 2022, there are 400 total logins, but anomalies you will have just one. Anomalies, is that the count of anomaly? No, right? It's just telling whether there are anomalies or not. Filter anomalies where anomalies not equals to 0. Anomalies, oh, 1 means positive. That means there are anomalies. Fine, there are anomalies. But can we find how many anomalies do we have in each row or in each record? That's more important, right? Yeah, we know that there could be like anomalies in each R, but how many anomalies? Can we do that? So if we take this, okay, based on total number of counts, it has provided there are 21 anomalies in the successful login and 25. Okay, whatever it is, we are not getting deep into this. The Microsoft Fabric part is almost over. We have touch based about most of the things. This KQL query file I will be handing over as part of the deliverable. Our next task is jumping into Power BI and showing you how to get started with the integrations from our KQL database. Hi, let's jump into the last part of integrating a KQL database in Power BI. So in the previous video, we created a KQL query set. If you don't remember, this is how it looks like. And we had used a dummy cluster from our Azure Data Explorer, right? So this particular thing that you have created and practiced, this you will not be able to take it to Power BI, because eventually it's a query set, it's not a database by itself. In case you want to create a KQL database from scratch, then you need to create it in Azure Data Explorer. There is no other way. Once your Azure Data Explorer database is created, then you can add that here and provide your connection URI, and you will be able to practice KQL here, right? So there are two different things, right? Try to understand this way. On Azure, so there are two things. One is Fabric, right? Inside Fabric, you have a KQL query set. Now, KQL query set is not a database. It's basically getting information from a KQL database. The one that we practiced in the last session was basically from the help dot. Let me just remember what was that. I had mentioned it in one of the papers. Um, yeah, here we have, it's basically https help.kusto dot windows.net. Now that's basically, you can consider this as a sample database. Okay, so we were using this sample database connection, and we created a query set, and we created this query set just for practicing KQL. Okay, now you have Power BI. In your Power BI, if you want to use a KQL connection, the connection has to be built from here, not from here. Okay, so that's why right now, if we move ahead to Power BI, we will not be able to use the Fabric option, right? If you go to Fabric KQL database, you will see nothing. You can see, even though you had this query set, right? You can see, I will repeat once again. I am logged into 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐿𝐴nalytics account. Even on Power BI, I am logged into the same account, right? 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐿Analytics, Satyajit at 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐿Analytics. Here inside Fabric tutorial, I have created a query set, KQLDB, right? But if you go to your Power BI and click on more and click on KQL, eventually you are getting KQL database either from Fabric or from all. If you connect, it is showing you the OneLake catalog, but here you don't see anything, and that is because we don't have a KQL database right now in Fabric. Okay, in case you want to create a database in Fabric from scratch, then you need to create it in ADX. So just go to Azure Data Explorer, and then you create a KQL database and just name it, let's say, KQL database 1, and then you can create a connection from this database to Power BI. Okay, for now I'm just going to show you how to make connection. It's very simple. Once your KQL database is created inside your Azure Data Explorer, once you click on KQL database, or you have to simply go to Azure Data Explorer, and you can see Kusto. Click on connect, and here you will be able to provide the cluster information, right? Now whenever you create your own database, you will also get a cluster information. Right now we have not created, so here I'm going to use the same dummy cluster that I used for practicing KQL. Okay, so I'm just going to use the same thing. I'll go to Miro board and I will try to copy it, and database not needed. Now in case you have a very specific query, right? Let's say you have a very specific table. Let's say I will go to my database, and let's say I wanted to take, let's say, this one. Okay, this is my query, right? Not 24 hour, let's say 1 hour. This is my query. Now let's say I just want this query. That is also possible. Just provide this query, right? If you click on OK, it is telling me not allowed, help custom windows.net. Database is basically security logs, so should work. And within couple of seconds we should be able to get the information, and that's how it is, right? Exactly the same thing that we are seeing here, 192.208 blah blah blah, right? So I'm just canceling it because we don't want to take a specific query. Instead, I'm just directly going to take the entire cluster. So go to Azure Data Explorer, Kusto, connect, and here you provide the cluster information. Let's say your cluster information is this one, and then don't provide any database or anything, or let's say you just want to use security logs, so just provide security logs. Even if you don't use, if you click on OK, you will be able to get all the databases here, right? And in here, if you want to only select this table and select whichever tables you want. Let's say you just want employee table. Yeah, this is the same employee table, Deborah West Deborah West is also here, right? Deborah West, right? Dorothy Hendricks, Juliana London, Henry Klebert. It's the same thing, right? And once your data is loaded, then everybody knows the next step. You can start working on your dashboard, right? I'm not going to explain you about how to work with Power BI. Just to reiterate few things, that this module is entirely on integration of Fabric with Power BI. I hope you enjoyed. But before I wind up, I will just quickly do something, so that, let's say I'm just creating something in my employees table. I will create something on the role, okay? And here we have, right? Let's say I want to change it to a bar chart like this. Let's say I want to restrict it to basic filtering, top end, top 5 based on the count of role, and apply. And I just have the top 1 2 3 4 5. Why do I have 6? That's pretty weird. Count district, apply. Da. Anyways, let's not get into that. But yeah, that's it, right? So your data is here, and then you can play around and create your dashboard. Whatever you want to create, you can create. You can have cards, you can have whatever you want to, and you can quickly work on the visualization. And once you publish this exact report will go into the same workspace that you are currently working in. And if you wish to publish it in a different workspace, you can also do that. One other thing also, in case you want to directly pin something, let's say this is your query where you have a line chart, and let's say you want to directly pin this to dashboard, right? You can also pin that directly. If you pin this query to the dashboard, you will be able to see that in your same workspace. So do a hit and trial on these things, but most likely 99% of the things are already covered. That brings us to potentially the end of Fabric module. In case there is something that I realize I need to add, of course I will add it. In case you feel I want to add some other topics which I have missed, please let me know, and I will be more than happy to add those things on the go. Thank you, and all the best. Hi, welcome back. Let's move on to the next step of integrating Microsoft Copilot for Power BI and Fabric. Now, before we get into this step, let's try to understand more about Microsoft Copilot. So Microsoft Copilot is simply, you can see it's mentioned, your AI companion, right? In simple terms, Microsoft Copilot is nothing but a tool like ChatGPT or Grok. You can ask anything, Copilot will be able to answer. The reason why Microsoft Copilot is pretty famous in businesses is it's a product of Microsoft, and it can be easily integrated with all the Microsoft services, be it Excel, be it PowerPoint, be it Office 365, be it anything. Any kind of Microsoft product can quickly be integrated with Copilot, and you can start talking with them. As in, imagine you have a OneDrive, right? Microsoft folder structure, folder SharePoint. You can easily connect Copilot with that and start interacting with your documents. With Power BI, in case you want to interact with your data, you want to write DAX queries from scratch without learning DAX, you want to interact with your charts and visualizations and get all sorts of help and support while working on a Power BI project, you can do that. You can integrate Copilot with Power BI, right? So this is Microsoft Copilot. Now, the reason why Microsoft Copilot is pretty famous among businesses is that Microsoft Copilot basically tied up with OpenAI. I mean, I wouldn't say Microsoft bought OpenAI, but I would say that in 2023, I mean, of course, everybody knows about OpenAI, right? OpenAI is nothing but the company behind ChatGPT, right? It has all the complex GPT models, GPT 3.5, 4.0, 4.0 mini, O3, etc., etc., Sora, many other things. So Microsoft invested around $13 billion. I mean, figures wise, I could be wrong. You can validate that from the internet. But Microsoft did a 13 billion investment in OpenAI, and all the models behind Copilot, Microsoft Copilot, are OpenAI models. And everybody knows about OpenAI models. They are really good, flawless, trained with trillions and trillions of parameters, and really a good brain. So that is why Copilot is very famous in businesses. Now, for this particular exercise, I'm going to use Copilot to enable Copilot for Power BI and Fabric. Okay, so let's try to ask a simple prompt. Now, if you want to sign in, you can always sign in. Of course, if you sign in, there are chances of integrating with your Microsoft applications. But even if you don't sign in, it will still be able to answer you something, right? And here you can see quick response, think deeper, multiple models are there. And by default, if I open Power BI desktop, the Copilot option is visible somewhere on the top right, just beside the publish, right? Now these are disabled, right? So when it comes to enabling Copilot for Power BI and Fabric, there are certain number of steps that we need to follow. Let's try to follow them together. So I know the steps. There could be one or two steps that I might miss, but overall I remember all the steps. But still, to make life easier, I want to use prompting and use Microsoft Copilot's answer to install Copilot for Power BI. Let's say I want to enable Copilot for Power BI. What are the different steps to be done? I know the very first thing is to visit app.powerbi.com, go to admin settings and enable Copilot. Then we need to create a F2 capacity. Can you write down the detailed steps to accomplish the task of enabling Copilot for Power BI? So I have given them some steps so that the model understands this is what the user is expecting, and then of course the model will be able to answer. I can also ask the same question on poe.com or on grok.com. It will also give me similar kind of results, but I'm more interested in the answer by Copilot, right, rather than a public model. So here you can see you have Fabric admin or Power BI admin privileges. Your tenant has access to Microsoft Fabric. So this is one thing very important, right? Even if you don't have an organization account, you cannot do all of these steps, right? If you have an organization account, you can do all of these steps. So without an account, enabling Copilot will be difficult. So you can only grasp knowledge from this video, but you cannot practice it on the go. Only can be practiced when you are working for a certain company. You can request your company to give you these accesses and you can enable Copilot there, right? So the very first thing that you need is a paid Fabric capacity, so F2 or higher. So the very first thing is you need to go to, okay, let's try to follow this particular steps. Okay, the very first thing is go to app.powerbi.com. So I will visit app.powerbi.com. We are already in app.fabric Microsoft, app.powerbi.com. Once you log in, you have to go to the settings and then click on admin portal. I'm trying to verify this with what has been mentioned here. Tenant settings, users can use, yeah, this is the same thing I was talking about. Once you're in the admin portal, just search for Copilot. Once you are here in Copilot, You can see by default it's not enabled, right? Even if you add a data, let's say I'm adding a data, let's say I'm adding a sales data, it will still not be enabled because Copilot itself by default is disabled in app.powerbi or in Fabric. Okay, you can see it's not available. This is enabled, no doubt, but Copilot is disabled, right? So here, first thing is go here. Users can use Copilot and other features. Turn it on. The entire organization. Make sure you are logged in with the same account and then apply. Tenant settings will be applied within the next 15 minutes. You check other options. User can access a standalone cross item Power BI. So this option is not visible. Data sent to Azure. I don't want to send the data to Azure. Capacities can be designated as Fabric Copilot capacities. Yes. Um, yeah, I think this is not needed. So most of my configurations on app.powerbi.com is done. Moving back to Copilot. So this step is done. Let's go to the next step, which is enabling cross-region data sharing. If Azure OpenAI isn't available in your region, in tenant settings, find data sent to Azure can be processed outside. Okay, tenant settings. So we need to go here, tenant properties. By default, my country is Hong Kong, Asia data centers. This looks to be fine. Okay, anyways, I'm just ignoring this part. Moving on to the Fabric F2 capacity, right? So I'm going to admin center, admin.microsoft.com, continue, logging into the account, and here I have three different users. Navigate to billing, purchase services, billing, purchase services, search for Microsoft Fabric. Okay. um Purchase services is not there, but I can search for Fabric here. Fabric administrator, and then complete the purchase and assign the capacity to your tenant. This is something I am not 100% sure of. Add more products. Do you see Fabric? I don't see Fabric. All products. Okay, before you buy Microsoft 365, I understand, and continue. Okay. Sign in on create an account. Satyajit at 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐢𝐬analytics.com. Next. Solve the puzzle. Next. Use the arrow. Submit. Verification complete. Let's see what are the next steps. Looks like you're already using sign in. While the signing is going on, let's try to move to the next step. Assign capacity to the workspace. Okay. Honestly speaking, these pointers are bit not in sync with what should be done. Maybe I'll try to move ahead with my own steps. Anyways, let's try to wait for this one. It's not happening. Just close it off. So here I'm going to portal.azure.com. Okay, so I'm following these steps. I went to app.powerbi.com and enabled Copilot in admin settings. Then what I'm doing is I'm coming to portal.azure.com, and here I'm going to start with an Azure free trial. Okay, build in the cloud with start free account, start free, and here it will be asking you to uh, pick an account and then ask you for credit card or debit card details. My credit card and debit card is already been assigned. That's why it says that you already have an account. Let's go to use an existing account. So here I'm going to create a resource. um, let's say capacity capacity reservations, no. Okay, let's go to Microsoft Fabric. Okay, and then I'll try to create an account here. Azure subscription resource group. Let's create a resource group which is test, and then capacity name, let's say AI test capacity, and I'm giving the region as, I think anything should be okay. Do we see Singapore or something? East Asia. Okay, let's give it to, let's give South India. It's okay. And then here I can change my capacity to F2, and next let's create a tag, test tag, value, let's say I'm giving a random number. Next, the cost estimation is this much, $321, and then create. So here the F2 capacity of Microsoft Fabric is created. Once this is created, it says deployment in progress. I'll try to follow poe.com's output. So enable Copilot tenant settings, we have already enabled. Creating an F2, and then assign users to the capacity. Locate the newly created F2 capacity in the list. Click it to manage settings. Okay. Um, Go to resource. Looks fine to me. Resource group, and then here, do we need to add anything? Okay, all good. And then go to the users tab, users, and then click add users. I have already added, so let's say this one. Okay, these are already admin. Okay, user type, it's member, which should be okay. And then verify the settings and uses. Check Copilot availability, ensure that a Copilot is visible in your, okay. As we have enabled Copilot, this part should be enabled right now. Let me try to open Power BI desktop. In the meanwhile, the last thing that I would like to do is I would like to go to app.fabric.microsoft.com. I think I'm already there on this page. So I'm going here, and here also I need to go to the settings, admin portal, and here I need to enable Copilot. So let's say this is already enabled. This is disabled. I can enable it. Data sent. Okay, no problem. Capacities can be designated. Okay, no problem. Let's enable everything because I don't want any hiccups. Okay, all good. And meanwhile, if I go to Power BI, you can see Copilot is enabled right now, right? It was not shown enabled in the previous videos. So most of the steps are done. Now we will be waiting for 15 minutes because usually it takes some time because I have just enabled all of these things, right? Let's wait for 10 minutes and then we will retry this Copilot thing on Power BI. Let me also quickly give a try here. Let's say I already have sales data. Okay, load it. Let's say I go to Copilot. Are we able to? Okay, so here select a workspace that meets Copilot requirements. What are the Copilot requirements? You need to enable Copilot. Copilot enablement is done, and then you need to have a F2 capacity. Yeah, we already have. Your fabric capacity needs to be one of the regions in the availability. South Indian availability, yes, I already have. Power BI where only available fabric workload is Power BI. Okay, I think this is not a problem as well. If your tenant or capacity is outside this, Copilot is default disabled, and then the data is okay. Copilot in Fabric isn't supported on trial stock keeping units or file. Copilot isn't supported for sovereign clouds due to GPU availability. I think most of the things are fine. Let's try to give it a try in 10 minutes. Hi, welcome back. So most of our settings are done. We have already gone to the admin panel. We have enabled Copilot on Fabric, on Power BI. We have created resource, F2 capacity, and everything is set right now. So let's go ahead and open Power BI and see whether Copilot is accessible or not. Let me tell you that I'm logged into my Zip Analytics account, and on Zip Analytics I already have workspaces, right? But one thing I wanted to tell you is that all of these workspaces were created before I created the F2 capacity, right? So logically, that is one of the reasons why Copilot will not work. You can see it's throwing an error. Select a workspace that meets Copilot requirements, and nothing is visible, right? So the fix is very simple. You just have to go here, just create a new workspace. Let's try to create a new workspace. I will try to write it down as Fabric tutorial 2, and here nothing else to add. Go to the advanced settings, license mode. It's not mandatory to fill it up, but yeah, by default it has already been assigned with Fabric capacity, and you can see this is the exact capacity that we created on portal.azure.com, right? So if you just go and check, you will be able to get it. Sorry, Microsoft Fabric. And if I go to Microsoft Fabric, where is that? You can see AI test capacity is already created, Fabric capacity. So that is what is visible here. Everything looks fine. Create, apply. So my new workspace is created right now, which is Fabric tutorial 2. So let's go ahead here and let's try to click on Copilot, and you can see immediately the workspace is visible, right? Click on this. So it is checking the workspace capacity and everything, and click on OK, and your Copilot is now integrated. Great. Let's get started. So the very first thing it is asking is try any of these suggestions. Create a new report page, suggest contents for a new report page, answer a question about the data, right? So we already have a sales order file. If anybody wants to have a look at it, I will quickly open that file so that you can look at the internal data, and you can see. So we have order number, order date, customer name, channel, currency, warehouse, delivery, region index, product description index, and so on, right? Now there are many other data sheets as well which are connected with each other. For example, If you talk about customer name index, what is the name of the customer with index 96? So here is where the connectivity is. Go to customers table and create a filter, and let's say select 96, and this is where you will be able to get the name of this customer is 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐿𝐷 Limited, right? So let me try to clear this off. So this is what customers table is, and that's why I told you there are multiple files that are related to each other: 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's try to quickly onboard all of these files. Text, let's say I'm going for budgets, and then I'm going for customers, and then I'm going for regions, state regions, and product. Most of the tables are already onboarded. We have a list of how many? 1 2 3 4 5 6 tables, right? The very first thing that I want to ask is create a new report page. So it's trying to work on it. Now, about the data set relationships, for sure I can talk about it maybe in the next video. But let's try to quickly get into Copilot and see what Copilot is capable of. I can create a new report page for you. To get started, could you please specify the primary metrics and dimensions you would like to analyze on this page? For example, you want to focus on sales performance, customer demographics, or regional analysis. I want to show customers demographics. You can see to create a report, by default it has already created something. Cool, right? Count of customer names, how many? If you look at it, it has taken the unique customer names. If you look at your customers table, you will be able to identify that yes, exactly 175 customers are available. And you can see here it has created a beautiful report, right? And here Azure Maps is also shown, but it's not visible, and that's because my maps is disabled on my Fabric account. If you go and enable it, it should work fine. But you can see this is a beautiful thing that has happened. You don't have to work on anything, right? So there are multiple other capabilities of Copilot that we will be talking about. But before that, let me try to give you an idea about the data set, the relationship of the data set, and then slowly we will jump into the Copilot capabilities in Power BI. Hi, welcome back. Now that our workspace is set, our new workspace is created, Fabric tutorial 2, after creating the Fabric capacity, and you can see the Copilot has already been enabled on app.powerbi.com and also app.fabric.microsoft.com. So our Copilot is ready. The data has been selected, a dummy data set, and if you click on Copilot, it will be able to show you something like this. Now, before this particular option was enabled, if you remember, we were not able to select the workspace. The reason behind that was all the workspaces that I had created were created before the Fabric capacity was taken, right? What does that mean? That basically means Fabric capacity is a mandatory for you to enable Copilot. Now, that is not for free. So people who are individual users who wants to try your luck on Copilot on Power BI, well, let me tell you that this is not a free feature. Microsoft charges a lot for this. So if you're working in your organization, you can enable it for practicing. But in case you are not having that privilege of using Copilot, please watch out this video and prepare yourself for interviews accordingly. So in this set of videos and the upcoming videos, I'm going to talk about each of Copilot's feature on Power BI. So there are 7 different features that I have noted down, and one of them being we will start working with creating measures, and after creating measures we will be generating descriptions with Copilot. Let me try to write it down. What are the different features that we will be using with Copilot with Power BI? The very first thing is generating descriptions for measures. Now, this is very important whenever we are doing an handover of a report or a dashboard to a particular team member. Most of the times when we have worked on measures, it's a nightmare for that particular person to understand about the measures, right? So if you generate descriptions, it's easy for people to understand. It's exactly the same thing where we work on Python codes and we write down commented codes or like a textual data or a textual information before every function that we write, right? If you remember, in Python we write something like this function is created for blah blah blah, and then we define the function, right? Exactly the same way. The second feature that we are going to discuss is one of the most important things that everybody loves, and that's DAX, data analysis expressions. Well, how do we write DAX functions from scratch using Copilot? We will be learning about that. The third thing that we will be doing is asking, so once our using DAX function, once our measure or the output is ready, how do we tweak that? So tweaking uh, an existing tax with natural language, right? So with simple words, if I ask, let's say there is a measure on total sales for a particular location and you want to add something to it with natural language, how can we do that, right? Now whenever we are doing this, you will also get a window where you will be able to see the difference between the old query and the new query, which is magnificent. Okay, number 4 is going to be studying DAX. If you are a complete beginner, you can always use Copilot for studying DAX from scratch. And when I talk about studying, it's not just with respect to DAX, right? You can study everything. You can study everything about Power BI using Copilot. Number 5 is report creation. Now, using Copilot on Power BI, you can create a report from scratch. Imagine you are working with data, you are a complete beginner to Power BI. Now, you don't know what are my important KPIs unless you are doing EDA or unless you are aware of the data, right? So, if you want to have a quick look at the data, you want AI to create reports from scratch, understanding the relationship of the data, then you can easily create reports using Copilot. We'll be talking about that as well. Number 6 is narrative visual. Now, once our report is created, we can also use this functionality called as narrative visual, which is basically a AI technique of narratives. That means if you have a dashboard, let's say multiple pages or single page, you want to summarize your dashboard, or you want to summarize a particular feature, or you want to summarize a particular plot or a graph, you can use narrative visual, and that is also an application of Copilot in Power BI. Last but not the least, you can chat with your data. You must be thinking, what's different with Copilot? You can also chat with your data on ChatGPT or on Grok. Well, on ChatGPT or on Grok, your data, whenever you're uploading your data, there is a security concern, right? On Copilot, whenever you are using your own Microsoft account, your Azure account, you have the authenticity to choose whether you want to pass this data for the models for the training purpose or not, right? It's usually secured option as compared to the public options that we have. So from the data privacy point of view, this is a secured option, and eventually you are dealing with your company's data, so it's not recommended to pass it to ChatGPT, Grok, or any other tool. Now, these are the 7 use cases that I'm currently thinking of. In case I have anything new to talk about, Of course, I will be adding that on the go. Let's jump into each one of them individually in the upcoming videos. Hi, welcome back. Now that our workspace is set, our new workspace is created, Fabric tutorial 2, after creating the Fabric capacity, and you can see the Copilot has already been enabled on app.powerbi.com and also app.fabric.microsoft.com. So our Copilot is ready. The data has been selected, a dummy data set, and if you click on Copilot, it will be able to show you something like this. Now, before this particular option was enabled, if you remember, we were not able to select the workspace. The reason behind that was all the workspaces that I had created were created before the Fabric capacity was taken, right? What does that mean? That basically means Fabric capacity is a mandatory for you to enable Copilot. Now, that is not for free. So people who are individual users who wants to try your luck on Copilot on Power BI, well, let me tell you that this is not a free feature. Microsoft charges a lot for this. So if you're working in your organization, you can enable it for practicing. But in case you are not having that privilege of using Copilot, please watch out this video and prepare yourself for interviews accordingly. So in this set of videos and the upcoming videos, I'm going to talk about each of Copilot's feature on Power BI. So there are 7 different features that I have noted down, and one of them being we will start working with creating measures, and after creating measures we will be generating descriptions with Copilot. Let me try to write it down. What are the different features that we will be using with Copilot with Power BI? The very first thing is generating descriptions for measures. Now, this is very important whenever we are doing an handover of a report or a dashboard to a particular team member. Most of the times when we have worked on measures, it's a nightmare for that particular person to understand about the measures, right? So if you generate descriptions, it's easy for people to understand. It's exactly the same thing where we work on Python codes and we write down commented codes or like a textual data or a textual information before every function that we write, right? If you remember, in Python we write something like this function is created for blah blah blah, and then we define the function, right? Exactly the same way. The second feature that we are going to discuss is one of the most important things that everybody loves, and that's DAX, data analysis expressions. Well, how do we write DAX functions from scratch using Copilot? We will be learning about that. The third thing that we will be doing is asking, so once our using DAX function, once our measure or the output is ready, how do we tweak that? So tweaking an existing DAX with natural language, right? So with simple words, if I ask, let's say there is a measure on total sales for a particular location and you want to add something to it with natural language, how can we do that? Right now, whenever we are doing this, you will also get a window where you will be able to see the difference between the old query and the new query, which is magnificent. Okay, number 4 is going to be studying DAX. If you are a complete beginner, you can always use Copilot for studying DAX from scratch. And when I talk about studying, it's not just with respect to DAX, right? You can study everything. You can study everything about Power BI using Copilot. Number 5 is report creation. Now, using Copilot on Power BI, you can create a report from scratch. Imagine you are working with data, you are a complete beginner to Power BI. Now, you don't know what are my important KPIs unless you are doing EDA or unless you are aware of the data, right? So, if you want to have a quick look at the data, you want AI to create reports from scratch, understanding the relationship of the data, then you can easily create reports using Copilot. We'll be talking about that as well. Number 6 is narrative visual. Now, once our report is created, we can also use this functionality called as narrative visual, which is basically a AI technique of narratives. That means if you have a dashboard, let's say multiple pages or single page, you want to summarize your dashboard, or you want to summarize a particular feature, or you want to summarize a particular plot or a graph, you can use narrative visual, and that is also an application of Copilot in Power BI. Last but not the least, you can chat with your data. You must be thinking, what's different with Copilot? You can also chat with your data on ChatGPT or on Grok. Well, on ChatGPT or on Grok, your data, whenever you're uploading your data, there is a security concern, right? On Copilot, whenever you are using your own Microsoft account, your Azure account, you have the authenticity to choose whether you want to pass this data for the models for the training purpose or not, right? It's usually secured option as compared to the public options that we have. So from the data privacy point of view, this is a secured option, and eventually you are dealing with your company's data, so it's not recommended to pass it to ChatGPT, Grok, or any other tool. Now, these are the 7 use cases that I'm currently thinking of. In case I have anything new to talk about, of course, I will be adding that on the go. Let's jump into each one of them individually in the upcoming videos. Hi. Before getting into the first use case of Copilot in Power BI, I have already uploaded all the files that I wanted for this exercise, and I'm going to quickly build some relationships, right? We have already talked about the data. We know what the data is, how the relationships are created. Sales order, product description index is connected with product index. So I will create this relationship. Region, there used to be a delivery region index, which is with respect to ID, if I'm not wrong. Yes, save it. And state regions, you can see column 1, column 2, column 3. I'll just go to transform data and I'll try to fix it up. Sales region, um, use row as the first head. I use the first row as the headers. Close and apply. Now I'll have my region, state, and state code. State region, state code is connected with state code. State code connected with state code. Okay. State code connected with state code. Done. All good. There is already a relationship between 2 columns. Okay, I think the relationship is already built, because initially it was column 1 to 3. Once we change this, automatically the relationship was created. Anything else that we are missing from the sales table? We have delivery region. Yeah, most of the things are done, right? Sales order with customers, with products, with region, and region with state region. Yeah, all done. Now everything is good. We have the data, we have everything, right? If you want to have a quick visuals, you can always do. uh, I'm not going to teach you how to work with Power BI, assuming that you already know Power BI. Let's jump into our first use case, which was creating measures and generating descriptions. Okay, so let's try to create our first measure. Okay, so you can go to this model view. Once you go to this model view, before this latest updates, we were only able to see the tables, right? Now you can see model. If you go to this measure, let's say I'm going to create a new measure, right? Let's say I want to create a new measure on total number of orders. Okay, total orders equals to distinct count, order number, order number. That's it. Very simple. We created our first measure, which is total number of orders. I just want to check this quickly. I have this total orders and we have 10,000 records. Good. So you can see while I am in this model view, I can see my measure here, right? Now click on this measure, click on properties. Now if you look at this properties, you can see by default it is selecting the first table, and that's why here you can see this measure in this particular table. As a good practice, if you want to create a new query, feel free to create it. So let's say I want to create a new blank query and I want to give it a name, let's say all measures, okay, and then close and apply. And then if I go to my model view, here I can change it to all measures. Done. So my all measures query is ready. Now here, this description, you can actually either you pass it something or you can directly ask Copilot to create a description. Now what are we doing here? We are calculating the total number of orders. Let's see what Copilot is able to generate. So Copilot is generating counts the distinct number of orders based on the order number column in the sales order table, which is fine. But in simple terms, it could have been the total number of orders or distinct orders, something like that. So if you want to keep it, you can keep it. If you want to try again, you can try again, right? Let's say I want to try again with some context. Total orders, total number of orders. And let's say it's working on it. Counts the distinct, it's giving the same results. So up to you. If you want to use this, you can use this. If you want to write your own description, you can write it. That's it. And once you close it, the description is saved, right? That's the first use case. Now the idea behind this is, you can see if somebody is using this new measure that is created by some user in this workspace, the other users will be able to identify the description. Total orders is a simple one to identify. Imagine you are working with very complex big DAX functions, right? So in order for your team to understand what that DAX function is, it's always recommended to add a description, and you can add it using Copilot, and that's the first use case of Copilot. Hi, let's jump into the second use case of writing DAX from scratch. Now, if you look at Power BI desktop, there is a new option that has been added, which is DAX query view, which was not available couple of editions back. In the latest few editions, DAX query view has been recently added. Now, what does DAX query view look like? If you click on that, you will be able to see a screen like this. Now, what is the meaning of this? First of all, there are two sentences which basically introduces you to DAX query view. If you want to learn more things, you can visit this page and you can learn more about DAX queries at this particular link, right? Let's say I want to go to this link. My link was already open. So here you will be able to find multiple things, multiple keywords, evaluate function, examples, ordered by, optional, example, syntaxes. So it basically introduces you to DAX query. Now, if you are a complete beginner, of course, you have to spend some time learning DAX functions. But nowadays, if you don't know anything about DAX, you can still get started with DAX just with Copilot. So let's start with the first code. And then one more thing, the advantage of a DAX query view is, traditionally what used to happen when we create a measure, let's say we created a measure total orders, right? In order to validate this is working or not, we create like a visual and then add, oh, 11,000. That means it's matching with my data, which is good, right? Nowadays, you can do everything here on DAX query view. So let's get started with one of the queries. And another advantage of DAX query view is you can write down the queries, you can run it, you can get the output here itself. So once your output, you're happy with the output, then you can finalize your measure, right? So let's say I will start with evaluate function on what, on my sales order, and I will run this code, and you can see it is eventually giving me the entire table data, exactly like select star from sales order table, right? Now if you want to understand this query, select this query, go to Copilot, and simply ask explain this query. The moment you ask, that means you are invoking the Copilot, and Copilot will be able to respond you back that the DAX query evaluate this is a simple query that returns all the rows and columns from the sales order table. Okay, here's the breakdown of what the query does, and you can see everything is mentioned in a very detailed manner, right? Now, apart from evaluate, let's also take some time in getting started with Copilot from scratch. Let's say I want to create a DAX function from scratch. So let's say we have the sales order table. Let's say show the channel with highest total orders. Okay, I'm just copying this. I will come back to this one. Basically what I want is, let's say I have a bar chart, or this bar chart. I want basically to add the channel in my x-axis and the total number of order quantity in my y-axis. That's it. So my answer here is wholesale. So wholesale has the highest amount of orders, right? 292830. Let's go back to DAX query, and I'm going to ask show the channel with the highest total orders. So the moment you press enter, it will be able to give you a DAX query. Dun-dun-dun. Great. So the query is ready. If you want to run this query, you can run. The total orders comes to be 5766. So basically what it has done is it has created summarized columns, sales orders. It has taken total orders, which makes sense. With a channel with highest total orders. Okay, forget about it. So how many total orders do we have? uh, Order quantity 541k, and total orders is distinct count of the order number. Let's say we want to have a count, and total orders is 64k, but based on the order quantity. So what is the difference between order quantity and the total number of orders? Let's try to go back to this file, sales order. So order number, we have 64,000, fine. Order quantity, yeah, there is a confusion. So based on which it has taken order number, and it has shown that, okay, so basically if I talk about order numbers, then I will be taking order number here, and I will be doing a count of it. So wholesale looks like 34,596, right? So here, why it is still 5,766 total number of orders. This card query, let's say show me the channel with the highest number of orders. By mistake I wrote or, it should have been off. Run this query. Yeah, 34,596. 34,596. Okay. See, sometimes you're based on your way of talking, your output could vary, right? And that's exactly what prompt engineering is. So you need to be aware of it. You need to write proper prompt so that the AI understands, and you yourself has the domain knowledge to validate these results, right? So as you can see, validations is correct. I can use this query. So my query is ready. This is my final query that we can use. Okay, so that is basically the second use case of writing down DAX functions and talking with Copilot about these functions. You can also ask Copilot about explaining this query, or if you want to ask anything else, you can ask. So that's it. See you in the next video. Hi, welcome back. In the previous video, we wrote a query completely with the help of Copilot, which basically gives us the channel having the highest number of total orders. Right now, let's say there is a change in the requirement, and instead of this, I want to have I want the wholesale channel, but I want a distribution of the total number of orders per year. Can we do that? So there are two ways. Either you remove it, ask a new query, or you keep it and ask it to change something. So we'll go for the one of the options. We will keep it, and on top of it, let's say I want to add a filter in my query. So in my prompt I want to tweak it. So let me ask, include the year column to it to see the distribution of the total orders per year. I think sounds fine. Let's see whether we are able to get the answer or not. Okay, first beautiful thing is, let me just try to run the query. We have for 1 year. Why do we have just for 1 year? So okay, first of all, the beautiful part is we are able to get a diff, right? Diff of the previous version and the correct version, uh, which is a good thing. But I can discard this, and I want to ask again, include year column to this, as I want to see the distribution of total orders per year. It's the same question, just couple of words changed. Let's see whether we are able to get the output or not. We are still not able to get it, but what I basically mean is I want a filter on channel, let's say wholesale, and here I want my legend to be basically the year. I mean, not exactly um, the date. Let's say I want date hierarchy year, something like this. So yeah, 2021 8370, and then all the years it should be visible. So why we are not able to see that? Let's try to debug. Okay, let's try to write it from scratch. So let's say I want to write, uh, I want three columns, channel with the highest number of total orders, year and total orders. Let's say simple query. Let's see we are able to get this or not. And if I run this, yeah, we are able to get this very okay. That's what I told you, right? It's very difficult for AI to completely replace industry experts, right? But in order to work with AI, in order to work in an efficient manner, you should be the one who should be driving how to use that AI tool, right? And that's exactly what is happening right now. And we have seen this example, right? Our previous technique did not work. We canceled everything, we rewrote with a new prompt, and here we have, right? Everything is good. Now, this is what I was expecting. You can validate these results: 2024 8253, 2024 8253, 2023 8308, 2023 8308, right? Exactly the same what I was expecting. So that is basically another use case of Copilot. So far we have been able to generate descriptions of our newly generated measures. We have been able to explore DAX functions and talk to Copilot and tweak the DAX functions. Okay, so moving on to the next part. Moving on to the next part, which is taking the help of this DAX query view to study everything about DAX. So this is a very classic topic. I have also talked about this topic on how to leverage ChatGPT and various other tools to kickstart your journey with DAX functions. Now you can also do that with Copilot, right? Let's say you want to get started with a DAX function. Let's say you want to understand what is total YTD. You can simply ask Copilot. It acts as a chatbot framework where you can simply ask a question and Copilot will be able to give you an answer, right? Of course, with an example as well. So if I just expand it, you can see in DAX, total YTD is a function that calculates the year to date total of a given expression. And here's a basic example, and here we have, right? If you want to copy, you can copy this entire thing and you will be able to understand this particular DAX query. So let's say I'm removing it and I'm asking a new question. What is the difference between sum versus sum x? Right? So the primary difference between sum and sum x is how they operate. Sum is used to add all the numbers. Sum x is more versatile and powerful, and the examples are also shown. And you can see the examples are pretty much related to the data that you have. Simply, you can also ask Copilot to do anything. Uh, on how to write down DAX queries, I have already shown in the previous video. But apart from that, in general, you can ask any DAX questions or anything. It is basically like a chat GPT window right now. And you can leverage this to learn DAX or anything else. Let's try to ask some general question. How does row level security works? Well, this is not related to DAX, but does this work? Let's test it out. See, eventually this is Copilot and I think it should work, and you can see it's working, right? You are able to get a detailed explanation about row level security as well, right? I want to ask like a little bit complex question. Let's see whether it is able to answer or not. I have a report that customer demands to have it refreshed every week. Do we have a weekly scheduled refresh option in Power BI. There's content in a request that I'm unable to work with. Fine, I don't have a problem. If I'm not able to get answer to this question, it's completely okay. I can ask the same question to ChatGPT, no problem in this. So please restrict to smaller questions and questions related to DAX. But in general, some of the other questions also it will be able to answer. So just work around. I mean, give it a try. I don't want to uh, tell you hard restrictions on this is how you need to use this tool, or this is how you need not have to use this tool. It's completely up to you. Give it a try. So let's jump on to the rest of the features. Hi, jumping on to the next feature, which is one of my personal favorites, which is without anybody's help. Let's say I'm a complete beginner. I don't have any idea about what data do I have. Of course, I can look at the relationships to see how the relationships are created. But let's say I have no idea on what to get started with. What type of graphs do I need on my reports? We can leverage Copilot, not ChatGPT, sorry, Copilot. And Copilot can help you with your report creation. Well, I will not tell you to completely rely on this because it's eventually AI, right? And then there might be multiple internal KPIs or internal important data that you would like to show in your dashboard or your report, which Copilot might miss out. But always make sure you do a proper EDA, understand the data, do a proper KPIs understanding, get knowledge from your senior peers on what the data is and what the use case is, what is the business understanding. But this functionality is again, it's a AI functionality, so do not 100% rely on this. It just gives you a quick idea about how to get started with reports. So click on Copilot and just to create a new report page, or maybe click on suggest content for a new report. You can do anything. Let's say we will do suggest content for a new report page. It's working on it. There are many things to show: product level analysis, customer level insights, sales related insights, and exactly what I was talking about. There are three options provided here, one of them being sales performance, customer insights, product analysis, regional sales. So let's say we will start with customer insights, and here we go. Very basic page. I don't mind having this page, but it is literally very basic. Just few customer names with what is this total number of orders, and this is the total number of order quantity. Not quite impressive, but I would say okay, right? Let's say I want to get started with a regional sales page. Create a page to analyze sales performance, and this is how the sales is with respect to the different region and the different state. This is good because, yeah, I would say this is good. Okay, let's try to go ahead with anything else. Let's say product analysis. Okay, product analysis again gives us total sales by product, unit price by product. I think overall I would say it's doing a good job. It's able to give you certain amount of good visuals and ideas. Of course, you can leverage Copilot to ask more. Let's say you want to ask something to Copilot. Uh, I have a page on customer insights having, let's say, having a bar chart of different customers with total orders they ordered. Basically, order quantity by customer. What else can I add to this report? So I'm directly asking. So let's see whether I'm able to get an answer or not. So it's able to give you some suggested outline. You can create customer order trends. Let's say I want to create it, and my customer orders trend is also here. Okay, so this is how you can leverage Copilot. There are many other things. Customer segmentation, if you want to do, you can segment the customers based on their order quantity and various other things. So take help of these KPIs and build your own dashboard is what I can recommend everybody. But yeah, this is how it is. This is one of the use cases of Copilot in Power BI. Hi, moving on to the next part, which is narrative visuals. So let's say I'll pick any of this page. Let's say I'm picking product analysis. Okay, I'm making it as page number 1. So in this product analysis, let's say I want to add a narrative. Okay, go to this visualization and you will be able to see this visuals, which is called as narrative, right? So what I want to do is I want to move this uh, here, and I want to move this here so that I can add a narrative here. I'm going to add a narrative here. I want to add a narrative here, and I want to make it till here. That's it. And I want to use Copilot. So here it's basically asking you what exactly do you want? Do you want an executive summary or do you want something else, right? I don't want summarized data. Summarize the product analysis with respect to total sales by product and what is that, unit price by product and unit price by product. Let's say I want to get started with this one and I want to click on update, and you can see the summarized output is here. The total sales by product data reveals that product 26 achieved the highest sales and amounting to 117 million, following closely product 25. You can see, right? Let's say I want to just summarize the data, that means overall everything. I can also do that summarization. Usually summarize the data narrative is used on summary pages. If you have a dashboard and you have a specific page on summary, you can use that and make it summarize the data. But exactly, you're able to understand the functionality of narrative visuals, right? This is how you can have narrative visuals in whatever page you would like to. This is also in the back end. It's nothing but it's a functionality of generative AI. It's able to generate, it's able to understand the data, understand the natural language that you're asking, the question that you're asking, and is able to build that narrative using Copilot. Eventually Copilot is using GPT, right? Hi, welcome back. Last but not the least, one of the most important thing or most important use case of Copilot in Power BI is talking to your data. Let's say you want to answer a question about the data, right? I can either search existing visuals or create a new visuals. Let's say I want to know which channel has the highest order quantity. Okay, let's say deliberately I have done a mistake. It should be able to identify the mistake, but I'm not sure how it will help me. Let's see what it is telling me. It's of course wholesale, but let's see what the output is. So when I talk about chat with your data, it's basically the data that you have on Power BI. You can leverage Copilot to talk to them about your data, right? The same way you go to ChatGPT or POE.com, you upload your data. Let's say you're uploading your data and then you are asking something like, which channel has the highest order quantity? Now, you can do this as well, but as I told you, when it comes to data privacy, when you're dealing with your own company's related data, it's not recommended for us to upload data publicly, right? And again, as you have seen, right, there was an error with respect to the size of this file, so it's not recommended as well. So if you go to Power BI Copilot, you can see you're able to get some answers. So if you want to see how Copilot arrived at this, you can see the data used is order quantity and channel, and 292830 is the right number, right? Similarly, if you want to ask anything else, you can also ask whatever you want to ask about your data, you can ask. Let's say I want to ask which region. Okay, let me try to see the question, see the which state code, which state code has the highest order quantity. Which state has the highest order quantity? Let's see. Which state has the highest order quantity? California. So it's doing a good job, right? California has the highest order quantity. Let's try to validate that. Sales order quantity. California. So let's say I want to have a simple graph here. Where is the region index? On my x-axis, order quantity on my y-axis. Basically, I don't want region index. I want the region state code. Yep, California. 101222. Yes. Yep. Which state has the highest order quantity? And it was California. 101222, and I think it's correct. So this is how you can interact with your Copilot, and you can see it's a complex thing, right? It has combined regions with sales order. It's basically a complex select statement, right? If you start working on writing down the select SQL query for this, it will be a little bit difficult, but you can see Power BI with Copilot is able to give you the answer in couple of seconds. And that is exactly how you can chat with Copilot on multiple things. Let's say I also want to add another question. Let's say which county, let's say which county, let's not ask which county, which person, which customer has the highest total line total. So basically line total with respect to customer. It's a group by with customer. So the answer is this one, right? Let's try to validate the answer. Customer with the highest is iBox company with a total of this much. Let's try to validate. Let's close this for now. I want the customer name and I want the total number of orders. iBox company has 4320. Sorry, line total, right? My bad. Sales order, line total. Where is line total? Yeah, 1264125 Wow. So that means it's doing a great job. And that is exactly how you can interact with your Copilot and ask multiple questions. There are lot of things that I can ask to make this video even more big, but I think you have got the idea. Please leverage this functionality in case you have any questions about the data. Without going to your seniors and peers, you can easily ask and see whether Copilot is able to help you out quickly. That's it. There could be many more uh, options where Copilot can be helpful. If I figure out that part, I will try to add more and more videos to this series. Thank you. Hi. Let's try to see how Copilot can be quickly integrated with Microsoft Power BI, and using Copilot without having any sort of domain knowledge or any sort of data analysis experience. How can we quickly get started with the report creation? So the very first thing that you would need is three things. One of them is a Power BI desktop, which I think everybody should have. It can easily be downloaded online. The second thing that you would be needing is an organization account. Now there are different hacks to get organization account. For example, in my case, I'm using Satyajit at the rate 𝐓𝐢𝐤𝐞𝐋.com. In your case, what you can do is simply go to GoDaddy or any of the websites that provide domains. Try to search domain by your name. Let's say I want to search a domain on Satyajit Pattnaik, and you can see I'm able to get satyajitpattnaik.com at just $0.01, right? Once you take this domain, the very next thing that you need to do is go to Google or Zoho and try to onboard your domain and get one email ID on it. So that could be like info at the rate satyajitpattnaik.com, something like that. So that is exactly what I have done. My 𝐓𝐢𝐤𝐞𝐋.com is an official website. I already own that domain, and on Zoho I have created multiple users and I'm using just one of them. Okay, and that is one of the hacks that you can create a organization account. Without organization account, you cannot enable Copilot on Power BI, right? So once your organization account is done, then you need to enable Copilot on two things, on Power BI and on Fabric. So how do we do that? Just go to app.powerbi.com, log into the same account that you have recently created. Go to this settings option, go to this admin portal, and on this admin portal, simply search with Copilot. Okay, and here you will get Copilot and Azure OpenAI service, and try to enable these options. In my case, it's already pre-enabled, but in your case it might not be, so try to enable these options. Okay, so go through this. Not all these options are needed, but definitely the first option and the second option is mandatory. You have to do the same on app.fabric.com as well. Just go to admin panel, and here you can search with Copilot and try to enable it. So in my case, it's already enabled, as you can see. Right now, after these three things, the fourth thing that is needed, so let me write it down as Power BI desktop. The fourth thing that is needed is a Fabric capacity. Now once your Fabric capacity is taken, then only you can create a workspace, and then in that workspace you can enable Copilot, right? So how do we do that, and whether it is paid service or not, I will try to talk about it, right? So let's go to Fabric. So I'm on my Fabric, sorry, not on Fabric. We have to go to portal.azure.com. Okay, so let's go to portal.azure.com and simply log into the same account. Go to Microsoft Fabric, and this is where you need to create a Fabric capacity, right? Now before this, you would be expected to add your credit card or debit card. Now, this is where one question might come to your mind, that it's how much charges are it is going to cost, right? I have added my debit card and I got around 17,000 Indian rupees as credits on Azure to play around with. You can see if I go to my billing, you will be able to see, if I go to billing and payment methods, you can see one of my debit card is already attached, but Azure credits, I already have Azure credits. Now you can leverage these credits. Make sure after practicing you remove your card and you turn off the fabric capacity that you are creating. As simple as that. These are the two things that you need to do. Else recurring cost will come and amount will be deducted from your debit card or your credit card, right? So that is one thing you need to take into account. I got around 17,000 something, and only 500 or 600 rupees I have utilized so far, and I still have around 16,000 balance. And you can see 0%, almost 0% of your total available credit used. So 500 or 400 rupees I have just spent, or less than that. That's why it shows around 0%. So that is what you need to do. So let's go to Fabric and let's try to create a capacity. So keep subscription as it is. Resource group I already have created. If you don't see any of your options, just create a new resource group. Enter the capacity name. Let's say AI test capacity. I'll name it 2, just for the sake of my understanding. It can be anything. Here I will give it as South India, and this is something that you need to always take care. Always make sure you use the simplest capacity, which is F2. The more SKU you use, the more expensive the cost will be, right? So let's use F2, select, that's it. And next, tags are not mandatory. I will review and create it, and create. Now this will take a couple of minutes, and once my deployment is done, I should be able to get started with Copilot. So deployment is in progress right now. So let's wait for a couple of minutes. Yeah, deployment is complete. My Azure subscription is ready. My capacity is created. Now go to Fabric and let's try to create a new workspace. Okay, I will name it as Fabric AI test capacity 2, just for my sake, right? I've just created a new workspace. Description can be anything. Domain not required. Go to advanced. Here you should be selecting fabric capacity, and you can see by default this capacity is visible because there is no other capacity, right? In case you are working on multiple projects in your company, then you can create multiple capacities so that you can check out the distribution of the billing and cost with respect to each capacity. Now that's a organization thing. As you are practicing right now, just create one capacity and get started with it. Right now, before applying, I would also open Microsoft Power BI so that I can show you that till now there is no workspace that has been created on my new fabric capacity, right? So I'll show you. Let's say this is a blank report, and let's say I'm going to take a sheet. Let's say I'm going to take a downloads file, churn modeling. Okay, let's say I'll take this one, churn modeling underscore EDA, and these are different columns that we have, and I'm loading it, right? Once the data is loaded, let's try to click on this Copilot. See, this Copilot option will not be visible to you if you are not enabling these options, right? In my case it's already enabled, that's why I can see Copilot. So if you click on this, You can see it is asking for a workspace, right? We don't have a workspace because we have no workspace created with this latest capacity, right? Nothing is visible. I'll cancel it. I'll try to save it as the name of test 9 July. Save it. And then I'm going to Fabric and I'm just clicking on apply and my workspace is created, right? Fabric capacity, AI capacity 2. Now I will open my Power BI. It's still not visible because we have to close it and reopen it. Desktop, test 9 July. And now I should be able to see my new workspace that has been created. It's taking little more time than expected. Yep. Always make sure you are using the latest version of Power BI because a lot of things are changing on a daily basis. A lot of updates are coming and you can see my Fabric AI test capacity is visible. That's it. And then click on OK and your report is connected with the latest workspace that has been created. Get started. Now, as the agenda of this video is very simple, without any knowledge, let's say we want to get started with creating a report by using Copilot. Well, Copilot has a lot of features that includes you can get started with writing DAX functions. You can go ahead and easily use Copilot to explain this DAX query. You can do a lot of things. You can write DAX functions from scratch. You can check your DAX functions output here and validate. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. All of these things can be done here. Now, agenda of this video is very simple. Let's try to create a report without doing any analysis, any EDA, having no knowledge about KPIs, right? So simply suggest content for a new report page. That's it. So Copilot is going to understand the data, understand the use case, and then it should be able to give you some suggestions. Okay, here's a suggested outline for your report. Select any topic to view details and start creating pages. Create a page to analyze customer demographics such as this. I want to edit it. Create a page to analyze customer demographics such as gender and dependents based on the churn column, as the churn column indicates the customers that have churned from the company. So I've just changed it. Let's see whether it is able to understand or not with simple language, because I know the data, right? And you can see it has created something that it has just created a simple distribution chart of customer demographics, but it has not analyzed. Okay, there is a slicer. You can see there is a slicer on churn. Churn no, churn yes, right? Beautiful. So by default the customer demographic analysis page is ready. Now here, if you want to go and change this uh, visualization, formatting and all those things, you can do that, but this is what Copilot is suggesting, right? Let's say I want to add something else. You can see there is something called as service usage. I'll do the same thing. I'll try to create a page to explore the usage of various services like phone with respect to churn column. Okay, because churn column is very important in this use case. If you look at the data, I'll try to go to Power Query editor to show you the data. This is churn analysis data set, right? There are multiple columns and there is a column called as churn, which basically tells you whether the customer is churned or not churned. General data set where you don't have such kind of a variable column based on which other columns are dependent on, in that case you need not have to specifically tell about these things. But as we are focusing on a use case, on a data set where we have a dependent column, right? A column based on which other columns are dependent, right? If you want to choose churn as one of the slicers, because this is one of the most important column in this data set, you have to give those things as an input, else it will not be able to understand, right? Now you can see we have a service usage analysis, phone service usage, people without phone service 9%, with phone service 90%. Now let's try to check with the churners, almost same kind of ratio, right? If I select all and select yes, select all, select yes, you can see this one, right? Streaming movies, people who don't have streaming movies, if you select all, 39% of the people have no streaming movies. But people who are churned, 50% of them have streaming movies. So it's a good insight, right? So similarly, I can also check some other suggestions. Customer demographics is done, service usage is done, billing and payments. Again, I will do the same thing uh, with respect to churn column. Beautiful. Billing details analysis is also done. And then lastly, we also have customer churn. Let's say I want to create it directly. Create a page to investigate customer churn patterns and identify factors contributing to churn. You can see. So you can see multiple pages have multiple insights. I'm not sure whether this will work or not, but I will try to give a prompt that can I have a report page where I can see all the major I can see all cards containing, one second, let me check the data. Monthly charges, total charges. Okay. Can I have a report page where I can see all the cards containing some of the numerical columns who are churned versus who are not churned? I'm not sure. I'm just giving it a try whether this will work or not. Okay. So okay, it has basically given you something, and either you can use it in any of these. Let's say you want to use it here, and then this one you can use it here. It's your call, right? Right, looks good. And of course you can work on uh, the formatting things. I'm going to delete this as it is not needed. All good. These are churn data, and then you can also add this. Okay, good. So this is what my dashboard looks like. 4 pages. Now if you want to add a home page, you can add. I'm not sure whether it will be able to add or not. Can I add a report page that works as a home page containing containing, what do you say, containing page navigation buttons to all of these 4 pages? I'm not sure it is going to work or not. Currently I don't have the capability to create a home page with navigation buttons. Okay, can you simply create a home page with title customer churn analysis? That's it. Okay, great. Customer churn analysis, I will give it, I will bring it here, I will delete this. That's it. Now what I can do is I will use some of my Power BI skills to quickly create some buttons. Let's say I'm going to insert some of these shapes or buttons here. Let's say I'm going to add a blank button, right? And I'm going to copy them and I'm going to add it here. Or maybe I can add it here, add it here, add it here, and add it here. Okay, and then this one could be your customer demographics, page navigation, demographics. This could be your service usage, right? This could be your billing details, and this could be your last page, which is customer churn analysis. Now let's test it out. Yes, working fine. We also need to add a back button here, which is not there right now. Buttons are working. Now you can add text over it if you want to. Let's say I'm going to add a text button here. Customer demographics analysis. Okay, click, going, right? So I'm not going to do it in a detailed way. I think you got an overview idea, but this is how it is, right? If you want to make like a background effects, background color to be like a purple color or something, and textual color. So many options has changed, so I'm not able to. Our textual color is directly here, so maybe white, and then yeah, up to you, right? That's completely your call whether you want to give what type of color, but this is how it is, right? Similarly we can do it for the other four buttons. Now last thing what you can also do is create a narrative that you can add here, that's basically going to summarize, give an executive summary, reference visuals, okay, and update. And this again is one of the features. Internally what's happening is the narrative visual is using Copilot to generate a summary, right? And if you click on close, it's basically creating a narrative that can easily fit into this home page, and our report will be ready. So we just took like 10 to 15 minutes to create a Power BI dashboard, which we used to take a lot of time in the past, right? So it's still uh, creating. It will take a couple of more minutes. In the meanwhile, I'm going to do changes here. Service, service usage analysis. Okay, and then a box on top of it. Okay, two boxes are done, and we'll move to the third one. And the fourth one. In the meanwhile, this narrative is getting generated. Billing details, billing details. Let's not write analysis. That's it, right? Service usage. customer churn. Summarize the data. Okay, let's just do one. Yeah, because it's taking a lot of time, so I'm just changing here. Now this is the summarized output. We can make it short if you want to, right? That's it. You can make it little bit short so that it fits in. Great, my dashboard is ready. You click on this customer demographics, you click on this service usage, you click on this billing details, you click on this customer churn. You can also add a back button. Just quickly, let's say I'm going to add a back button here, somewhere here. I don't know, maybe somewhere here. Back button should be somewhere here. Yeah, looks good. Add here, add here, add here, add here. That's it. So all done. I go to this page, come back, go to this page, come back, go to this page, come back. So we have completed our dashboard just in 15 minutes or under 15 minutes using Copilot. Completely automated, completely with the help of AI, without doing any analysis or EDA. And that's the power of Copilot. So let's try to publish it. We already have Fabric AI capacity 2. So the report is getting published. Within a couple of seconds the report will be published. We will be able to visualize on our Fabric workspace, which is AI test capacity. So let me also tell you that Copilot is not for free, for sure. You can leverage ChatGPT and other tools for doing such kind of analysis as well. What you can do is you can go to ChatGPT or grok.com, provide your data. ChatGPT or Grok will also be able to give you such kind of analysis. It will also help you in telling you some important KPIs, but the thing is you eventually have to come and build by yourself, right? And one more disadvantage there is you cannot really upload your company specific data on a public platform like ChatGPT or grok.com, and that is where Copilot comes into picture. And this service is not for free. Azure is charging you for this. That's why I told you, right? Make sure when you're practicing, create a capacity, practice it, immediately close this capacity. Okay, so let me just show you quickly. And on the screen I'm also going to delete the capacity because I also don't want to unnecessarily pay extra amount to Azure, right? I have my free credits, probably I will utilize it for some other things. So my dashboard is ready. Your free trial is getting over in 7 days. Some reason narrative is not visible. Yeah, it's visible right now. Total number of customers analyzed is this. Churn analysis by demographics, da 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 da. Churn analysis by contract type, da 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 da. Financial impact, da 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 da. Right? If you go to this page, your customer demographics, go to service usage, and then go to billing details, and then go to customer churn analysis. That's basically it. Now I'm also going to my Fabric account and I'm going to delete my capacity because I don't want to get paid for this. So I just took this capacity for the sake of explaining you guys. My work is done and I'm going to immediately delete it. So it's asking for us to type the capacity name, AI test capacity 2, and delete. Here you go. In couple of seconds this capacity will be deleted. That's it. I hope you enjoyed. and you can practice Copilot in this way, even if you cannot use it very extensively, but this is how you can tweak and you can use it. At least you can prepare yourself for the interviews. That's it. Thank you. Hi, welcome to this project on inventory management. Now, in this project, we will be using Microsoft Power BI, and we will also be enabling Copilot on Fabric, and we will see how Copilot can help us build a dashboard from scratch. So traditionally speaking, when we work on a Power BI project or like a simple data analytics project, what is the approach that we take? We usually take the data and try to do some data cleaning, maybe on Python. Some people don't choose Python, they probably choose any other tools, like directly doing data cleaning on the database level, or probably using Excel sheets, or even data cleaning is also possible directly on Power BI, right? But as you are practicing for a portfolio project, it is always recommended to use all the tech stacks that you have studied, right? So we usually go for data cleaning in Python. Once the data is cleaned, let's say you have a new clean data, then you have to go for EDA. And this is something again which can be done on multiple tools. And once you go through the EDA process, once you understand what exactly are the important KPIs that needs to be there on the dashboard, then you take your insights and try to build a dashboard, right? That's the usual approach of a BI kind of a use case, right? Now in this particular video, we are going to skip all of this part, because we are not going to deal with EDA on Python or something like that. We will directly be leveraging AI tools to build our dashboard. So AI will be able to understand the data set, it will be able to understand the relationship, and based on that, it will be able to generate you, or at least give you some options using which you can generate the reports automatically, right? Now, if you are not interested in using Copilot, potentially you can take this approach. Either you do it without the help of AI tools, or you can use AI tools to do EDA as well, right? Again, that's something which we can study in one of the other projects, maybe, where we will not be leveraging Copilot, we will be leveraging ChatGPT or Grok for vibe coding. But in this video, we are majorly focused on the automated reporting part on Power BI directly, right? So, what is this use case? First of all, let's try to understand. So, inventory management. What is inventory management? Inventory management basically means it's a systematic approach for sourcing, storing, and selling inventory. And what is inventory? Inventory basically means it could be raw materials like components and finished goods, products, right? So majorly it is applicable for retail industries and various other industries, but mostly in retail, right? For businesses, having the right stock at the right time, in the right quantity, at the right cost is very important, right? Now, eventually, when we create our Power BI dashboard, what should it portray? Let's try to understand that, right? So, the solution that we will be doing on Power BI, it should portray multiple things, right? It should portray that users can analyze products by the cost of goods sold, and maybe provide a comprehensive understanding of all products. The dashboard that we are trying to build should offer users with great visibility to effectively manage stock, maintain optimal inventory, and optimize inventory turn in real time, right? And also empower leaders with insight into high performance and low performance indicators, so leaders can make decisions, control losses, and increase profit, right? And somewhat a dashboard with multiple pages can also helps provide a, I would say, a bird eye view of various categories, orders, out of stock levels, and in hand levels across a segmented view of, let's say, days, months, quarters, or years. Right? That is what we are planning to do. Now, for this particular exercise, we are going to use this data set. The data set is on your screen. The snapshot of the database is on your screen, right? I'll try to zoom in a bit so that we can see both these files. Now you can see this is basically sheet 1 and this is basically sheet 2, right? Now one of these sheets is basically the sales data, which is this one, and the second one is inventory stock control. Now if you look at the sales data, right, it has multiple transactional details related to customer order. So we have customer name, customer type, and different customer orders. We also have the respective order date, product code, order quantity, unit price, revenue, cost, etc. etc. And if you look at the inventory stock data, we have basically it is focusing on inventory management and procurement procurement planning. It includes column like date of last order, item name, vendor, stock location, blah blah blah. Right? So for this exercise, our first step is to enable Copilot, and I want to do it in a step-by-step approach. Right? So the assumption for this project is you should already have an organization account, because without having an organization account, just using your Gmail or Outlook or Ymail, you will not be able to log into portal.azure.com. Right? So one of the hacks of how to create a organization account is very simple. You just have to go to any of these platforms, let's say GoDaddy or Hostinger, and try for a random domain. Now my suggestion is, instead of trying out for a random domain, why don't you try it with your name? Let's say I want to find a domain with my name, and you can see I'm able to get it at $0.01. Now the reason I'm seeing it in dollars, because I don't stay in India, but if you change it to INR, it will be just 1 rupee or 2 rupee, right? So there are options where you can buy these websites completely in a price which is very very inexpensive. So once you make it yours, your domain is ready. The next step that you need to do is you need to create one email ID from this domain name. Because you own this domain name, it's very simple to create a mail ID. Just go to Zoho or Google Suite, and you will be able to create your first email ID, right? Now that is not in the scope of this video. I'm not going to explain you how to create an organization account. Now this is one of the legitimate way of creating an organization account. There are also some illegal ways which I'm not going to talk about, right? So make sure you do that step once you are watching this video, right? Once your organization account is ready, you just need to log into portal.azure.com and simply search for Fabric. And once you are in the Fabric page, just create a new capacity. So let's say I'm starting with an Azure subscription. Let's say resource group. I'm going to give a test new. Let's say I'm going to create test. Let's say test. The same name already exists. Test new. Yeah, okay. Enter the capacity name. Let's say I'm giving test new. Done. And here make sure you change it to F2, else you will be incurring a lot of cost, right? Now for those who might be thinking that, oh, it's going to be so costly, let me tell you that for the very first time when you create your Azure account, you add your credit card, you will be getting at least 20,000 Indian rupees worth of credits. So you can pretty much practice out, and make sure once your project is over, delete this capacity, else you know what will happen, right? You will be getting a lot of bill. So I will be creating F2 capacity, select, and then I will go and review and create. Now I abide with this, so everything is good for me. Why it's not able to? Yeah. and then create. So once your fabric capacity is created, then you can potentially go ahead to fabric dot app dot sorry app dot fabric dot microsoft dot com, authenticate using the same user id, and okay, so this is where I am, and then here you can potentially go to the settings, admin portal, and here you can search for Copilot. And once you search, you just have to enable it. Mine is already enabled because I use Copilot for multiple things. So you just have to enable all of these options, right? And then that's it. Similarly, you also have to go to app.powerbi.com. In app.powerbi.com also you need to follow the same steps. In my case, again, it's activated already, but in your case it could be disabled, so you just enable it. That's it, right? So capacity is ready. Now what I will do is I'll try to open my Power BI instance and get started with this project. Hi, welcome back. Now my capacity is ready, Microsoft Fabric capacity. I will quickly open my Power BI desktop. The moment you open your Power BI desktop, again it is recommended to log into this particular account. So I will quickly go ahead and sign into my Zep Analytics account. So Satyajit at the rate zepanalytics.com, and here we go. It should be able to connect, right? Now I will create a blank report. Now you can see the Copilot is activated. If you disable this thing on Power BI and on Fabric, if you disable it, your Copilot will not be visible. It will look like this. So the option will be there, but you cannot click it. But now I can click it, right? So now it is asking for a workspace. You can see I cannot see any workspace because I have not created any workspace after I created the fabric capacity, right? So let's go ahead and create a workspace. So workspace, where do we create? Let's say I'm going to create in fabric. So let's say I go to workspace and then I'm going to create a new workspace. I will name it as fabric test new because this is the same thing that we created, right? So just to have the same name, I will create it. Advanced, you can see automatically it will be on pro mode. Select capacity, and you can see I am able to select the test new capacity that we created. Apply, and we are good. Our workspace is ready. Now if you click on Copilot, you will be able to see the new workspace, fabric test new. Okay, so configure it, click on OK. That's it, right? Now you can see Copilot is already enabled. It is just waiting for your data set. So in this case, I'm going to use this particular data set. Now here, as part of your practice, if you want to connect to a database or to an Excel sheet, it is something that is depends on you. If you want to connect it to a database, you can connect. If you want to connect to a Excel sheet, you can connect. So in my case, I'm going to use an Excel sheet. So I'm going to click on Excel workbook. I'm going to go to this folder and then click on inventory management file. The moment we read, it will be able to show you a preview option. You can see multiple multiple sheets are available. I don't know why we are able to see 4 sheets. Let's see, we have one. What is this one? I think it's the same thing, right? I'm going to select both of these and I will load it. So once my both the sheets are loaded, then we don't have to do anything. Trust me. This is where AI will come into picture and AI will do everything, right? So how will AI help here? Now there are two things that you can do. One is, if you want to leverage your domain expertise and you want to create some measures. Let's say you want to create some measures. For example, you want to create a measure on, let's say, total cost. This is cost per item, right? Item level cost. Now if you want to find the total cost, or you want to find the total of the total value, which is a very basic example. You can simply either create a measure and add it to a visuals and make it sum, or else you can create a measure explicitly, and while creating a measure you can do sum of total value, you will also get it, right? For example, I'll show this. So let's say you have a card. I'm just giving an example, right? And let's say you want to add total value. So by default you are able to see 2 million. Let's say I will just quickly change this to none so that we see the exact number, right? And then let's oh sorry, by default it's getting clicked. And let's say I create my second visual. I will remove this. Instead of this, let's say I'm creating a new measure, which is total value aggregated is nothing but sum of total value. That's it. Bracket close and click on tick. So I have created a new measure and just add it. It's the same thing, right? So as an example, I'm just telling you that DAX functions can be used to create measures in this fashion, or else you can also go to DAX and you can just simply use Copilot to write down the DAX function. Let's say I want to find total value aggregated. I want to have total value aggregated. You can see Copilot is working on it and it will be able to give you some solution. So you can see, very simple. Oh, it has identified your new measure, and based on that it has written down this function. Imagine you don't have this new measure. Let's say I am going to delete it, right? So I'm going to delete it. Yeah. And then I'll again go to DAX and then I will again run this. So here it should not take this aggregated field. It should take the original field. It is still taking the aggregated field. Maybe that's because I want to have the total value aggregated. I think I should mention from inventory stock control, but you can see it's intelligent enough. It has already calculated the sum of the inventory stock control total value, right? This is how you can leverage Copilot to write DAX functions as well. Now I'm skipping this part. If you want to keep this query, you can keep it. Now if you want to keep it, you can either store it or you can save it, or if you want to run this, you can always run. You will be able to get the output on the screen directly, and that is exactly what DAX query view is. It's a new feature in Power BI and it can do pretty much everything. With Copilot you can automate all of these things, right? Going back to our dashboard, to our report or Power BI desktop, I'm going to leverage Copilot in order to get started with a new report, right? Now, for example, I'm just going to use the basic functionality of Copilot here, and I have written down, suggest me some content for a new report page. And you can see here is the suggested outline for the report. It has given you multiple options, and literally, if I would have done it without the help of Copilot, literally I would have done the same thing. Trust me. I would have done one page for inventory overview. I literally I cannot believe that it is doing exactly the same thing that I was expecting to do, which is bit weird in a good sense, that Copilot is able to do what I wanted to do. So literally I wanted to do one page on inventory overview, one page on sales performance, one page on inventory insights, but it has done customer insights. And I wanted one page on some sort of a warehouse inventory, kind of a stock tech kind of a thing. So yeah, I would say it has done a great job. So let's say I'm quickly going to use inventory overview, and you can see this prompt is already created. Create a page to display an overview of the current inventory status, including stock quantities, total value, and reorder levels. Let's try to use this default option and create a page. And after that, I will be creating a page with my prompt. And you can see I have already got a page. Let's say I want to create a page based on my prompt, like a prompt from an expert, right? So create a page to display. Uh, okay, let me try to write down. Create a inventory overview page to display. Let's say display total revenue by date. Let's say I also want total quantity sold by warehouse in a pie chart. Okay, let's say the first one in a line chart, in a pie chart, and then let's say I also want total profits per day, profit margins per day, and what else? Let's say total revenue by item name and average units sold per month by item name. Make sure you add multiple cards showing some values, such as, honestly speaking, I am not 100% sure whether it will be able to do this or not, but let's give it a try. Let's say I want total revenue, total profit, profit margin, let's say average sales per day, total quantity sold, and total customers. I'm just copy pasting it and running this. Fingers crossed. Let's see whether it will be able to create this page or not. Oh my god. I mean, it has done a great job. It is able to show me the total revenue, average of order quantity, sum of order quantity, total profits. It has not shown, which is fine. So I would say this has done really a great job. And this is pretty much my inventory overview page. If you want these metrics, stock quantity and all, you can always add it, but I'm going to delete it because I have a better view, right? I'm going to name it as inventory overview, right? Moving on to the next part. Let's say I want to have a page on, let's say, sorry, my bad, this is not inventory overview. Let's say I will call it as sales overview. My bad, right? Sales overview. So let's say I want to create something for the inventory overview. Now here what I will do is, uh, okay, let's say I'm going to write it down from scratch. Let's say create an inventory overview page to display an overview of current inventory status, including stock quantities, total value, and okay levels. uh, Also show some cards with inventory value, reorder products. Let's say I also want decommissioned products, inventory restocking costs, total vendors, and I think that's it. Now, using my domain knowledge, I want to have all of these things from the inventory stock control in my Power BI. Let's say whether it will be able to create or not. It has created and it has done a great job, to be very honest. But the only problem I have is, uh, all of these are basically bar charts, which I don't like. Um, okay, can we edit this page? I'm not sure. Edit the inventory overview page. especially, I'm not sure if this will work, okay, especially the total value by item chart, and replace it with let's say inventory value by warehouse, and make a pie chart of it. Oh, it has refreshed and it has done. That's crazy. Honestly speaking, you know, I use Copilot on Microsoft and even on Power BI, but I have never used Copilot for creating automated reports, because when we go to organizations, we usually use our domain expertise to create dashboards. But now, as I'm exploring while I'm recording this video, I'm equally fascinated because it has done a great job. Now, let's say I want to change some of these other graphs to anything very specific, then of course you know what to do. You just have to run this command and give proper prompts. So, prompt engineering is very important for this, because if you are asking something where the context is missing, of course AI will not be able to understand it, right? So yeah, we are done with sales overview and inventory overview. Let's try to have the next one with some sort of a uh, let's say, okay, inventory insights or vendor analysis. Okay, what is that? Create a page to evaluate vendor performance, including, yeah, this looks good. uh, this looks good. Create a page to evaluate vendor performance, um, including cost per item. Okay, let's try to edit it. Add a slicer for vendor. Add a slicer for vendor on left side of the page. And what else? That's it. Let's try to run this. I'm just trying out multiple functionalities of Copilot. So this is what it is. It has not done a good job, which is fine. Let's try to tweak it. Edit the vendor performance page to add a slicer for vendor on left side of the page. The slicer for vendor is already included on the left side. Where is the slicer? I don't see it. Oh, okay, it's on the top. The slicer is on top right. Can I have it on left side of the dashboard? Okay, it's not working, but it's, I think it's okay. And please change the graph types, because everything as a bar chart doesn't look good. Or I would have also asked, can you limit the number of bar charts on this page to be one or two, something like that. So here there is a map which is not working, and that's because my map should be disabled. To use Azure Maps, let's say I'm going to check. I am pretty much sure there is an option in Power BI, how to enable Azure Maps in Power BI. There is an option. I think there is a setting somewhere here on app.powerbi.com, app.powerbi.com, and must be somewhere here. But yeah, potential in Power BI tenant settings for enable. Okay, you have to, within Power BI desktop also it's there. Okay, file, and it must be somewhere here in the options and settings, options, and then file options and settings and options, preview features. Where is preview features? My eyes are preview features, and then Azure Maps. Okay, I am very, my eyes are not working properly. Where is Azure Maps? Oh, oh, oh. Let me check option by option. One, two, the, the. What's the option? Azure Maps Visual. It's not there, right? Do we have an option to search or something? Mm, okay, let me go through it one by one. Let me ask ChatGPT because Azure portal, it's telling to go to Azure portal. No, I don't need to do that. How to enable Azure Maps on Power BI desktop? Oh, why are we asking this? We can actually ask Copilot, right? Uh, I can't see the Azure Maps on the screen. How to enable it? I'm not sure if it will help in this or not, but yeah, let's give it a try. Okay. Ensure you have the necessary permissions. Make sure you have the required permissions to use Azure Maps in Power BI. You might need to be an admin. Yeah, I am the admin. Go to Power BI desktop, file menu, options window, preview features, check. Okay, it's telling me the same thing. Uh, Potentially, we can give it a try for the last time. We go to the options and then we go to the preview features. No, I think it has moved from preview to somewhere else, maybe. Okay, let it be. What we can do is change the Azure Maps visual to something else. Cool. We have a bar chart. No problem in this one. Uh, can you limit the bottom stock location by vendor to only five top vendors? Okay, it's basically it's telling that it cannot do, but yeah, if you want to do that, you can go to the filter and just maybe can do a top n based on the stock location. Sorry, this is count of stock location, and then just maybe we can do this one. So let's say this one, uh, visualization, and then count of stock location, right, which is this one. So top n, you just add this one. Instead of this, make it count and then make it top, make it 5 and click on apply. That's it. So yeah, I mean, not everything can be automated, right? Now moving on to the last visuals. Let's say I want to have a page for customer insights. Okay, great. I will be creating it. Okay, now create a home page with a background image and four buttons to navigate to these pages, that is sales overview, inventory overview, vendor performance, and customer insights. Okay, let's try to do this first and see whether we are able to create a home page or not. Last time I tried, I think it was not possible. Yes, it is not possible to create a home page. Uh, let's try to ask create a new page named home with 4 buttons to navigate. That's it. No, it's not able to do. I'm unable to create an interactive button display. Okay, let's ask, can you add back buttons in all of these pages? Okay, I think page navigation and all is not working, which is completely fine. Our report is at least built. Now the last thing will be creating a home page. So what you can do is you can potentially create a home page by yourself, create multiple buttons here, which will be like for page navigations to all of these pages. And let's try to do that. Well, this is not AI, but let's try to do this. I will try to copy this one, and let's say I'm going to create home page, and here I will be creating multiple blank buttons, right? And then here I can add the text and quickly go to this format action, and then click on page navigation and change your destination to sales. This one for page navigation to inventory, this one page navigation to vendor, and this one page navigation to finally your customer insights, right? So you can see click working, click working, click working. So all good, right? Now here you can potentially add your text. Let's say you want to add your text somewhere here, or maybe you can quickly create a text box on top of it, or you can create a text box and then create a button on top of it. So there are multiple ways of doing it. I'm just showing you one of the ways. And then if you want to add a background image, you can always add a background image to make it more beautiful, right? So making beautiful and all is potentially something I would not like to do a recording for that unnecessarily. I don't want to increase the watch time. So that's pretty much all about it. Our Power BI Copilot project is ready. Now let's try to save it. Save it in inventory management dashboard. Done. Go to my home page and create publish, test new, select, and it should be able to publish it within a second. Now I'll go back to Fabric and quickly refresh my Fabric, and I should be able to see my new report. That's it. The moment you turn off your capacity or you turn off your Copilot, you will not be able to see all of these details, right? Okay, one more thing I forgot was to basically create a narrative. So this is something that we can do. Wow, I forgot. So let's say we will create a narrative for our home page. Now that's a feature of Copilot. So let's say select all and then create update. Okay, it's creating. It will take some time because we have selected all of these 4 pages. So narrative is also again a feature of Copilot. Yeah, it's refreshing. Let's wait, and then once this is done we will publish it again. While it is getting created, let me also try to do one thing. Let's try to. So let's say sales overview. Oh, doesn't look intact with the formatting part, but I think it's good. Okay. Yep. And then copy paste it and it should be good for rest of the things. It has been created, but I'm not able to see that. And what is the reason behind that? Maybe it's still updating. Okay, now I have this entire report. Okay. Oh, we have multi-page report. Oh no, it's the same thing, right? Yeah. So this is pretty much my narrative. Now, if you want to add like a simple button on top of it, just to inform that this is your kind of a summary. So it's purely your call. Let's say I'm going to call it as summary and make it like this and then like this so that it looks. And I also want to change the background of this one. Let's say effects and turn off the background. Right? That's it. That's pretty much my dashboard. And if you want to limit this particular narrative, let's say you don't want it on the entire thing, maybe what you can do is you can only do it on finally the customer insights and update it, so accordingly your final updates will be done, right? So I will request to all of you to do some practicing on Copilot, which will make your hands, I mean, you will be more uh, confident to work with Copilot. It's all about the game of prompt engineering, right? So let me publish this report, and this is good. Replace, and refresh, and here you go. This is my new dashboard. So you can see the summary is still not loaded. I think it's taking some time to load. But other things, if you just scroll through, yes, it's working perfectly fine, right? One more thing I forgot is back buttons in all of these pages. Well, that is something you can add it up. Okay, maybe you can add a back button here or here. It's up to you. I'll just show you how to do that. It's very simple. Just go to this buttons or shapes or whatever you want to call it, and then just add a back button. That's it. Inventory and then vendor. Done. All good. You can also have another page for your ask a question, which is also like an AI feature, but it is not exactly related to Copilot. It's like a general natural language related kind of a thing where you can easily ask questions and this will be able to respond to you with some output. How many vendors do we have? Or basically, what is the customer type count? So these are the basic things that are also available. Just closing it down, you can add it if you want to, and publishing it for the very last time. I think we are all good. Let's go and publish it. So that's basically about this project on leveraging Copilot on Power BI. So that's it. Thank you and see you in the next video.